Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Is this the SLD we've been waiting for? It just looks like more of it, right? I mean, like the market started to drop like way before any news came out. So, what's up with Dole? Is doing something crazy? Ding ding. Weird after hours spike. I don't know if it really means anything. Shorts are back a little bit. Yeah. Fubo had some kind of fake bad news this morning, so that's interesting about their sports book. Yeah, it's not very hard to short Fubo. No, Discord audio should be up. Oh, I'm muted. There we go. Thank you for letting me know. Howdy. Let me do something real quick and grab the data for GME. The 17th. Do we not have an update? Okay. So I guess I should delete those. Sorry, one second. I gotta delete the Greeks from the daily. All right. SPY and SPX decoupled? Not decoupled. I'm just not looking at SPX. I mean, there's definitely some spread, but they're not decoupled. Smells like a morning trap. Yeah, we'll see. I just cut about half of my straddle for cost basis, so I can just let the rest ride. Jesus. Upstart went crazy quick. Still on reg show, by the way. Is there one for Upsquart? I guess not. I don't know. No. You know, unlike other YouTubers, I don't feel the necessity to make a fucking video about every stock that looks moderately okay. In this case, amazing. Popcorn Trader, welcome back to Zillionaire and congratulations on getting your credit card back. You're back, baby. To be fair, with the 3-day grace period, it's probably like you never left. Cat is in fact the best. You're not wrong. Well, it's starting to look like I may only get out of the put side of my straddle, or half the put side of my straddle today. Give me my gains back. Maybe I should just take profit alongside here. Okay, yeah, it's not a straddle. It's technically a strangle. Cat is in the stock or is in JFresh? I mean, both. I never seem to take positions in anything that moves. Oh, do you own GME also? Straddled the SPY last night, down a total of $8 on both legs. Amazing. I don't know how you did that, but congratulations. Any thoughts on how to move into finance? As a developer currently, I have a physics undergrad, so quant looks interesting. Should I try to complete CFA exams or something else? Yeah, you could try to get certified. Most of those are sponsored. Well, your Series 7 sponsored. The 65 and 63 aren't. Maybe pursue like a master's program, like financial engineering. If you want to work as a quant, at least if you want a good job as a quant, you'd probably need that. Yeah, the options data is not up yet. Something got hung up on the upload. Well, I did pay double what I could have to close some Fubo CCs. Had I waited a few more seconds to do it, I mean, anytime. Let me try to help you guys out with this because this is gonna come up a lot if you're selling cover calls. Anytime there's like overnight news, generally the price will settle back a bit, right? It's not gonna. It's usually not gonna continue to rocket the price unless it's huge news, right? And Fubo releasing their preliminary earnings statement slightly early isn't the biggest news ever. I played Netflix ER with Disney, and the IV wasn't as pumped. I went 120% on a 102C. Just one contract because ER is stupid. I mean, Netflix earnings were awesome last night. Unfortunately, by the time I could sell my contracts this morning on my on my bull spreads, it was down a bit, but it's still decent money. Is there a more irritating group of humans than coworkers? Probably not. It's like living with your neighbors and doing stuff with them. You and I are the only Zom traders here. Gherkin won't touch it for whatever reason. I told you I own Oxy. I like Oxy. I don't know if Zom is the superior oil play. Here I am again, seeking confirmation bias from a centaur. The market must be open. Not gonna lie, pretty stoked at a time when other companies are drawing down on guidance. Puerto Fuberto remains strong. It does, right? Like, I mean, part of the reason that I started talking about Fuberto was that I didn't think that their guidance was gonna get any worse. So you think we see volatile downside into Friday? Not necessarily. I mean, I really don't think there's that much downside left in the market, right? Like 3,600 even seems kind of unattainable. 3,650 isn't that unlikely. But I think we're really kind of just stuck in that 3,650 to 3,750 range, maybe even 3,700, probably until the end of the week. But it doesn't look like equity sell-offs are coming in really fast. Kind of just trickling in, um, which belies a lot of the lack of liquidity in the market. No, no one's doing much. Netflix did probably help offset some of the overnight sell-off. Oh, Popcorn Trader, what song do you want? Is TCDA a play because of its volatility? I mean, it's not my play. I don't know anything about it. Isn't it like a pharma company? I know they have some like event coming up or some shit. Fubo at 4-ish, a good entry for long term. I think so. I think below 4 is great if you can hit it. The opportunities are fairly short, generally speaking. But yeah, any prices below 4 are really awesome. Fubo borrow rate went up from 5 to 5.4% this morning. Yeah, I mean they're gonna short it today because they're saying that Fubo's holding on to people's money from the betting book and acting like it's a big deal. Just short and distort, right? Hey Girk, been away for a few. You getting a good rev leap cost basis in this price drop? Think they still have solid VEPs in the tank. I do actually. As long as they survive the delisting process, I'm very bullish on Rev. I've bought a lot more calls in this price range. But I'm kind of maxed out now on my capital outlay for Revlon. So I'm not buying any more, but I did get my cost basis down to around like 0.71. Maybe 0.68 now. I have to double check that. It's somewhere in there. Alternatively, you could just spend 3 minutes whispering upstart price action. I could just do that in way less than 3 minutes, Popcorn Trader. It's not at $250 yet. I hope that did it for you, man. Fubo's a scam. Dump it and go to Rev, a legit bankrupt company. Fubo's not going bankrupt. They have like 300 million in cash on hand. It's just not a bad company, and like their potential for growth is huge. They're making like 200 million a quarter in revenue, or the market cap of 700 million. They're they're actually kind of kicking ass. I think WeBull is massively overweight. Cool, selling my position. Black screen line over holdings. Green screen is messed up. Hold on. Nope, that didn't fix shit. There we go. Are you buying OPEX calls for Jimmy? Probably, yeah. Yeah, I would say most likely I am. I know people who use Revlon, no one who uses Fubo. That's fair. I mean, Fubo's still small, but they're growing pretty quick. $200 million of commingled funds. Okay. All right, that was good. I already have Upstart Jan 50s, 60s, and OPEX next week. Would it be smart to build a November position this week? Or continue to add near the money Jans? Thoughts? I mean, yeah, I guess you could. I've mostly added Upstart calls as, I've sold CSPs, but there's probably nothing wrong with getting the slightly closer to the money strikes further out. Although I might wait for a bottom in SLD so I don't pay for so much delta. Any shot we hit 3,200 on SPX by end of month? No, that seems ridiculous. I mean, it could happen, but like something would have to catalyze it. You buying today or in general? Buying what? Fubo? Probably won't buy Fubo unless it drops. Well, if it drops down into my cash secured puts, I'll buy it, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Actually, I have an account and really like Fubo. See, now you know people that use Fubo, man. Olive Dead, Fubo's been getting mad advertising out during the baseball playoffs. Yeah, they've been on a big advertising campaign. Any chance they start making money? A much better chance they start making money now that they've cut the betting arm. So their route to profitability, I think, is a bit more accelerated now. Can you call the delisting office and tell them to hurry up on the rev decision? I don't want to piss them off. Can you please recommend any site book sources of information where I can learn about order flow, DOM, reading it plus the volume profile, or any advice you can give? Please and thank you. Off the top of my head, no. But if you DM me, I could probably dig you something up. Did you sell your Netflix? It's ripping. I closed a bunch of my spreads. I have some, but not many. Bull put spreads kind of have a capped upside, so it's not like I would have made more. How did you make the options pimento? Please explain. it wasn't that difficult. I just took the date we were at and the price range. So, I had the price range of the strikes and the expiration date of those strikes, and then where our current price was. And yeah, it's pretty simple. It's not special. You mean like physically how to do it? There's a what the fuck is that drawing thing called in TradingView? It's called the projection on the little thing on the left. Thoughts on shorting Netflix here? 274. Seems like a terrible idea. They just had killer earnings and we're going into what's probably going to be a decent sized market bounce. I don't know. I don't know what you'd want to be shorting there. Fubo greater than YouTube TV? I don't know. I don't have either one. Are you gonna sell your olive indicator? Who the fuck would buy it? I mean, besides James Rowland, I don't think I'd have a very big audience. The real question is, when will Ryan Cohen and Carl Icahn do their joint acquisition of Fubo and Baby via the GameStop NFT marketplace buyout and make us all billionaires? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, the tinfoil hats are out in force right now. Yeah, Netflix is good for recessions. Is there a minimum number of Wendy's IOUs I could trade to pigeon whales to pump rev again? 4, I think. I took a screenshot of it, so I'm not a buyer, sucker. I'll double check and see if they're refreshed. Yes, I do. Hold on, let me post those over in the daily, and I'll post them on the stream too. Bum, bum, bum. Did we fix that bug with Upstart? No. Oh, nope. We just didn't get data for Upstart today. Even better. We did? What the fuck is that? Oh, the data's not all in yet. Okay. Are you playing Spy today? Not so much, actually. I mean, I have my straddle, which I'm waiting to get out of the short leg here, but the rest of the short leg. I closed half of it at market open. I'm gonna close the other half of it at some point here. Long side's closed. I don't I don't know if I'm gonna play it much besides that today though. I might. If I see like a good opportunity, I might. Upstart getting shorted? Yeah, it looks like a little bit. Pretty sweet. They short Upstart well on Reg Show. Yes. Not the normal way. There's 3 conditions for shorting on Reg Show. Well, 3 conditions for shorting once Rule 204 takes effect. One, pre-borrow agreement. Just means they contact the lender and get an agreement to pre-locate the shares before borrowing them. 2, through liquidity. Buying puts. Or 3, through ETFs. Or ETF liquidity. Since we're not seeing the borrow rate rising, this is really unlikely. And if they weren't having an issue with locates, it wouldn't be on Reg Show in the first place. Right? And that's why the pre-borrow agreement borrowing is kind of a moot point, because especially if something's on Reg Show already, like they don't want to try to locate the stock, right? And so that means they're going to use one of these 2 methods of shorting, which are synthetic. And these build up obligations, right? Both of them. When you build up obligations, obviously your time frame to cover them is not infinite. It is a finite period of either t plus 2 plus 35 or t plus 2 t plus. All right, t plus 6 plus 35c plus 3. And this can also, ETF liquidity can be packed into futures contracts and settled on OPEX. Or forwards, let's say forwards. Forwards and settled on OPEX. The FTD is still due to the ETF, actually, but the ETF doesn't have to buy back in until the forward contract is settled. Good morning. Thoughts on Zom? It's not a bad play. I mean, it's not my favorite, but it's not a bad play. Yeah, Upstart's probably being shorted. I mean, they don't want the price to break out. It's kind of at a risky price point. The market's dropping, so that gives them an opportunity to kind of offload some internalization and get the price down in a more manageable range. Imagine one day we're all watching Girk on Fubo Financial, eating caviar in our yachts. I hope so. Sorry, my phone froze. YouTube, AMD a decent buy. I'm gonna start averaging in. Seems like a sure win long term at these prices. Um, I really don't want to buy AMD at these prices. Long term, yeah, but I think better prices are still on the horizon. I don't think Icon's buying GME. It's really unlikely. Just because they're neighbors doesn't mean he's going to buy his stock. You think Icon wants to be Ryan Cohen's bag holder? It's a lot of risk for somebody with that much money to take. Is Theta the hedge against paper hands? Can be, yeah. You mean in the sense like, price realization is slowed because people are selling at resistance? Or that it keeps you from paper handing when you're slightly down? Since theta eats away more rapidly when under 30 DTE, does it make sense to just buy shorter term on days like today that are 30 DTE? Or is it still better to buy theta if possible? I mean, it's better to buy theta if possible. Days like today that are 30 DTE. I'm confused by your question. So the rate of decay accelerates after 30 days. But like the initial part of that isn't, it gets worse after 20. But like that 10-day period between 30 and 20 isn't that bad. It's just worse than, like a 45 DTE contract. What drawing pen setup do you have? I have like a tablet and I use what is arguably the world's worst program, Epic Pen. But if RC can show proof of how deep the shorts are in GME, Icon might like what he sees. Quick name. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Are you making up fantasy stories again? This isn't kindergarten. What do you think the highest SPX can go in the near term? Oh, my upside projection for a bear rally is like 3,800 to 3,900 right now. Potentially, if, there gets to be some leveraged upside and there's some more big earnings that are decent, then more. More is possible. How much more? 41.35? Well, Carl Icahn isn't a value investor. He's a corporate raider. He invented the term, basically activist investor, in order to make himself sound less bad. But there's nothing to activist on GME. So it doesn't seem like his kind of investment. I know quite a lot about Icahn. I was telling people that, Ryan Cohen was following Icon's like playbook back when he fucking first bought into Bobby, before he ever tweeted about anything to do with fucking Icon or hired their proxy firm. It's really not his kind of investment. He's not like a I'm gonna buy and hold some shit guy. He's also just unbelievably old. And him being like Ryan Cohen's idol tells me a lot about Ryan Cohen. You draw TA on the SPX, por favor. Double bottomed, an ascending double bottom. We'll see what happens. It could break up through resistance or fail again. It doesn't look like it's picking up a lot of steam yet. How am I saying GameStop's not a value? I mean, I'm not saying it's not a value stock. I fucking own it because it's a value stock. It's a growth stock more than value, but it has some value. There's some cooperation with the SEC last year. Maybe RC has more insight than usual into the scale of the positions against GMA. I don't think there's any scale to the positions against GMA. And every extra month of data we get, it becomes more and more apparent that the shorts just come in and then they leave, and it happens every like roughly every quarter, and they just keep doing that because it makes them a lot of money. Remember that if they did pack shorts into TRSs, those are no longer applicable to the underlying. Like there's no pressure in the underlying that's going to break that return swap, right? I'm selling CSPs, not looking for assignment. How far out do you typically sell? Time to expiry? When trying to get assigned, how far out? Generally, if I'm trying to get assigned, I won't sell more than like a couple weeks out. Unless there's like a really specific price point and I gotta think it's gonna take a while for it to hit that price point. If I'm selling CSPs for money or income, then obviously I could have a little more leeway with the amount of time. Generally, never more than like 30 or 45 days, though. Sorry, I'm still waking up. You know, good and well, RC was watching your stream when you said that. Wait, what? It wasn't that long after he tweeted about it. Yeah, I remember. It was pretty funny. Was Icon the one who just walked in and fired whole floors of people? He's done a lot of really shitty things in the past. TWA being pretty one of his more infamous fucking over of shareholders. Yeah, everyone likes to talk about the Icon lift, and like Icon buys into these depressed companies and it drives prices up as, institutional investors track his plays. But generally if you buy in after Icon, you get kind of fucked. And he's had a lot of losers too over the years. Blockbuster and Motorola. Oh god, there's so many. WCI, I think. WC. I can't remember the name of it. What is the level where you're more bearish? A break and hold below 3,600? Listen, man, I was pretty clear about this. Here's the two setups for the SPX right now. Uh, Sideways or up? Like, puts are still too expensive, man. No one wants to leverage them. VIX is still elevated. It's like at 31. Um, there's just no good reason to leverage the downside. And with all the puts expiring this Friday, there's pretty much only upside on the table, at least for the short term. If you wanna look out in like November, December, and try to play the next leg down, that's fine. But there's no liquidity in the market, so it's just being run purely on its options chain. While people hedge positions they're already holding, right? But they're liable to buy back the shares. No, I mean, those TRSs are cash swapped, right? They're, they're going to be cash settled. Swaps are cash settled. Do you anticipate Fubo to become strong CC selling underlying in the next 5 years? I'll most likely sell at my price target, but thinking farther out. Yeah, I do think so. I think Fubo will be a lot stronger for selling covered calls as it picks up more value, right? And ideally continues to remain volatile. If synthetic shares are the solution to liquidity volatility, are TRSs like the solution to the scale of positions causing too much movement, even with synthetic shares? I mean, TRSs would be more like I'm going to package up my trade loss into a mortgage, which I'll pay you over the next 10 years. What happened to the lost colony of Roanoke? No one knows, right? I think this is pretty close to the lowest price we will see on Upstart before OPEX next week. It's possible, yeah. I like the short and distort articles. It's nice when the shorts care. 2 billion loss on Hertz. No problem, Joe Rowe. Looking at income strategies, is GM a good target for buy right plus CSP? Covered short strangles. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's got good volatility if you don't mind owning the underlying, right? What's a god candle? Uh, I I feel like that's a term I've only heard from like crypto bros. They think like some massive candle is gonna come and skyrocket Bitcoin to all new highs or some shit. You can sell more upscore at CSPs. Well, they're not secured with cash, but I might sell more puts on Upstart. Spy ascending wedge. Yeah, but it broke up. which is interesting. That's not very common. There's no volume on the SPX chart because there's no underlying being traded. It's like cash settled. It's all cash settled options. Fridays have been a bloodbath recently. I think we see more downs on SPY into OPEX. Sold a 375 call. Trying to decide if I should close today or hold another day or two. I mean, you probably had an opportunity, depending on when you sold it, you probably had an opportunity to get out a little earlier. This is questionable. I mean, we just keep we just keep sliding back into this awful fucking range. Between all the puts. Where price loves to just stagnate right now. It did this yesterday too. Uh, you know, breaking to the upside of this might worry me, but I think right now downside's still on the table. Unfortunately, there's just no economic data to really push things either way. WDFC, same like Tootsie Roll. Maybe. Definitely stable. Shitty dividends, though. Well, usually stable, but very shitty dividends. I'm upset that you don't know. What happened? I'm upset that you don't know, but okay, fine, whatever. I guess I'm subscribed for no reason. Did you subscribe to find out what happened to the lost colony of Roanoke? They probably starved to death. And they didn't have maps, so no one really knew where the fuck they actually were. 1 second, guys. I gotta take this call. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, so I missed a ton of stuff. Fake out. Thoughts on Generac? I really didn't know anything about him. Mike sells CCs. I can look it up. Generac. GNRC. Poof. He got the shit beat out of him. Electrical products. Looks like a supply shock hit, but also, what the fuck happened to their valuation going into 2021? That's just unreasonable. What does this company do? No dividend. Financials aren't terrible. Their last earnings were atrocious. They make generators? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So probably just beaten to death by the supply chain problems, right? Because I mean, not only the rare earth metals, but the shipping times must have killed them. And then I guess, people probably needed generators during the pandemic or something. I'm not sure why they rocketed like that. Don't forget that Minneapolis flip-flopping asshat speaking at one. He's hawkish as fuck and win SLD Bears. What SLD Bears? You mean us? We're the SLD Bears. RTX bring a decent resistance on 2 hour of 8806. They give me a run into earnings, then slump on Matt earnings. It's possible. I can see that. I don't know why their earnings would be meh. I would expect them to be pretty good. They're reporting Q3, right? Like their profits must be up from all the Ukraine aid packages, right? Like, or at least revenues must be up. Is this not an Ancient Alien stream? Oh, no, Popcorn Trader. Were you lost? Ran hard during California wildfires. Kept running hard. It's also a 6 to 9 month lead time to have one installed. Have a generator installed. That sounds about right. Yeah. I mean, the prices are nice, but I don't know what they'll recover to. It seems like, demand for a little while uh, drove their prices higher, and then their inability to meet that demand with production drove their prices much lower. Can you check AVPT? Please tell me if there's any hope in a turnaround. Are they too indebted? Software company to hit $6 again this year. Thanks as always. AVPT. Is this Gherk looks up all my stocks day? All right, let's see. Ugh. I mean, I don't want to say that the turnaround is impossible to $6, but I don't know if it'll happen this year. Their earnings are kind of hit and miss. Their liabilities actually aren't that bad. The problem's their cash flow, I think. Yeah, their cash flow is really bad. So they're just not making a lot of money. I really don't think it's just their debt though. A bit of a turnaround recently. Their year-over-year growth is really bad. Maybe by next year, if they can find some better revenue streams or improve their current one. What about Upstart? That's right there. So after IDA last year, the federal government paid for households generators up to $1,400. I don't know anyone who didn't get one. Yeah, okay. So I mean that makes it seem even more unlikely that they're going to realize valuations as high as they did. I mean, probably 6 more months for a turnaround. So the current price is really cheap. There's a good chance you could get it cheaper. You know what you're missing as a streamer? The sidekick in Discord that randomly jumps in to say funny things when you're gone, or from time to time chimes in to agree or disagree with you. You mean Carl, JFresh, Dork? We have lots of characters here. Turdferg, Gaff. No, everyone stop trying to get me to dig into your shitty penny stocks and dead tickers. If it's QSIP has 5 letters, I'm not going to look at it. I disagree. What are we talking about? Thank you so much for that point of contention, Dork. It builds suspense. How do you forget Stefan? I was just trying to. He hasn't asked me anything about how to copy my trading style yet today. It's coming. So no Wish deep dive today? No, I don't think so. Don't forget Sanjeet. Praise VWAP. Praise VWAP. Super Saint Sledge. Thank you so much. We'd probably be best friends IRL. Oh, God. Gurk greater than Quants, greater than Mons, greater than renowned commenters. I don't know about that. Don't squanch my squirt. Can you do TA on DZNT? Oh. So immature. Stop trying to get me to look at your dead tickers. It goes back to endlessly stare at Jimmy. Hey, I'm also watching Fubo, Upsquart, and SPX. SPX is never dead. Can we look at TAC? It's the inverse of cat. And I'm shorting the living shit out of it. You know cat has futures contracts? pee pee poo poo. Excellently put, Carl. Can you look at Root, BBIG, AMC, Ape, Zom, and MMAT? How did I end up in these situations? You should give Carl a live mic so he can speak up on occasion, disagree, add a comment, ask a follow-up question, insult you. No. Absolutely never. You liked ENVX the last time you peeked at it? I did, actually. I've got an awesome low volatility options play. It's 30 cents for leaps and doesn't move at all, yet has 88,000 open interest. Have you ever stopped to think for a second that maybe all of that open interest is sold to open? Q-subs are letters and numbers. My Albertson puts are burning. Why did you buy puts on Albertsons? Is it a bad idea you bought puts on a grocery store in a recession during high inflation? You've got to fill me in on the thesis here. Is it because of the buyout? Is it a bad idea to sell covered calls on Lockheed now? That's a good question. It seems a little risky. Uh, Given that they've rocketed after earnings, you might want to wait a little. I guess if you're far enough out of the money and you're not selling too much theta on them, it's not terrible. Don't forget the dividends coming up on the 30th. Why do I keep falling for these fake out breakouts? Who didn't like the stream yet? I don't know. Let's look. Most of the people here. Rev squarting? And I'm really far behind in chat. Okay. It looks like somebody bought 10,000 shares. I found an old stock certificate for Citigroup from December of 2000. Looked at the chart history and audibly laughed out loud. Pre '08, they traded for like 500, now 43. Do you think that there may have been some splits, R pi squared, in that period of time? Mystic Ko-Fi? Uh, bu- 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 bu. Sorry. No, I didn't. You do TA on this bump on my right thigh. Tesla earnings predictions. I'm not making any. I'm edging on bullish and thinking of buying some CFDs before market close. Really? I mean, Tesla usually beats their earnings. I'm not gonna say that you don't have historical precedence for that position, but I don't like playing Tesla earnings. I don't like playing any earnings. They've got a lot of problems this quarter. Sometimes you're a wet blanket. I know. Hey, favor please check T-Tech. It's an engineering consulting firm that I'm waiting on a job offer from. Tetra Tech? Seems like a stable company, solid earnings, decent growth. They had a rough start, but they've been fucking crushing it since uh like 2018. Now it looks like your vested shares are going to outperform the market if you get the job. Decent, like 10%, 12% a year. Oh, well, that's just this year, I guess. This year, they seem to be just crushing year over year growth and total revenue. But solid growth since about 2016, with the only drawback being in 2020. And it was only a 3% pullback. Gross profits look good. Uh, too bad. Let me look at their balance sheet. Total liabilities. The liabilities are going up a little bit, but nothing crazy. Good amount of equity. Solid. Yeah, definitely pretty solid. Okay dividend. Is there any free conclusive way to determine if a stock's OI at a specific strike is sold or bought? No, not a free way. Yeah, even the paid ways are just estimates. I have a new super secret SMA that allows me to front run golden crosses and gets me in long term trends early. Oh Jesus Christ. It's not secret if someone made a fucking YouTube video about it, man. Albertsons is getting bought out. It's basically CERD 2.0. Yeah, I know. I know everyone's gonna ask, so I'll get ahead of it. Yes, I'm still bullish on Rev. Me too. Any notable SPX GEX changes? No, almost. Actually, today almost nothing changed since yesterday. Lucky Martin seemed like TBTF. As a defense contractor, they will always get a defense contract to prop them up from the government if their backing ever gets low. Yeah, they will. We should make you a soundboard of little songs for each stock you want to ignore. So you can just hit a button and smile when people wandering in asking you about them. Matt's song would be funny. I don't know. I think there's always been this thing with like YouTube finance or finance streaming where like people are just like, I'm gonna run around and get analysis on these stocks I like. But here's the deal. Analysts don't work for free. And if they are, they're probably not analysts. And even if you ask me, I'm only gonna give you like a cursory summary of what I think of it. I'm not gonna do like a deep dive into something for you. You might read this comment when it's no longer relevant. It still seems really relevant though. Man, today's chat's going pretty fast. In general, do companies run up into dividends as people buy in? Usually shorts close before dividends. And then reopen after because they don't want to pay the dividend. I told you I told you down were imminent from opening my position in Upstart. I see, Girk's Ice Cream Danwich. It's not because the market's just being a flat, annoying bitch. I sent you an important DM about the Lost Colony. You're really fucking on one today with this. The Lost Colony was never lost. What is lost? Yes, the television show. The colony tried to move on to more suitable land when they carved Croatoan into the palisade walls as a clue to where they went. This is actually a misspelling of Krakatoa, i.e. the volcano misspelled because people back then were stupid. When the distressed settlers landed on the island where the lost took place, they ran into Hurley and Jack, who welcomed them with open arms. The settlers were then eaten by a shadow monster. I'm so glad I never watched Lost. What date did you sell Upstart CSPs for? November 18? And they're not CSPs. They're naked call or naked puts. Naked puts for November 18th. Can you tell me your bear case for Zim? I dug through their balance sheets, etc., and just can't see the bear case there. Then you should totally buy a ton of it, man. And I'd love to find a stock that has no bear case. How exciting. Wrong shill. Andrew more money as a data scientist. Does Rev or the court announce the result of the hearing? Are there any hints at it if it stays quiet longer? It's more or less likely to happen? No. It'll just be announced, and when it is, you will know the decision. Why do you think Snap is so bullish today? I don't know. Do they have earnings soon? They have earnings tomorrow. You weren't supposed to tell everyone. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Rowan got wiped out because Ryan Code paper handed it. Rensel's getting everyone looking at Zim. Okay, so listen, Zim used to lease their fleet, right? That's why they made so much money. Well, that's why they're promising so much money in 2022, right? But it's not feasible because they need to buy ships or sign more expensive leases. That's why EPS estimates are really high for like big shipping leaders like DAC. And Zim's based in Israel, so non-US based companies tend to receive really shitty multiples. But they have to buy ships, so they need to use the equity for that. And they've already said that they're going to. But there's no secret there. You think the Minneapolis Fed guy will have any bearing on the market? I'm not sure. People could spot Minneapolis on a map to care. I mean, of course, he's some bearing, right? Although, Fed president speeches aren't necessarily about the market. SPX doesn't have volume. It does, but it's options volume. There's no underlying trading Greek yogurt. You encounter a magical genie that only grants you one wish. Anything you could think of, with the exception of more wishes. What's your only wish? I'd wish for a undervalued stock with zero bear case. What if Rev did a stock split or released another 100 million shares into the market? And if they paid off their debt, they'd be worth more money. Did you close your SPX call side of the straddle for profit? Yeah. It wasn't a straddle, it was a strangle, but I closed half of the put side, all of the call side. Zim sim like Castor Maritime. Not as bad. I mean, they have. I looked into Zim a long time ago. They have super shitty fleet lease rates that they got locked into at massively inflated prices. So they need to buy ships, right? Because their entire fleet was leased. And the only way for them to get any fucking money is from equity because no one wants to lend them money because they're underwater in these massive fucking leases that they got. So they offered a really fat dividend to get people to come in and buy their fucking equity, right? And then they're going to dump their bags all over them in order to raise capital to buy more boats. I'm not going to call them ships. I'm going to call them boats. Why? Because this is not a cult. Also, their taxes are insane, but that's another issue. You know a popular way to get out of long-term leases? You guessed it, Chapter 11. Well, now hold on. If Zim's filing Chapter 11, we got a whole different scenario on our hands. Does Upstart need a catalyst to move up, or the buildup of obligations be enough to move the price? I mean, if the SPY keeps pushing up and putting pressure on the positions that need to create obligations, then the buildup should be sufficient. Remember, right now, everything on Upstart requires synthetic liquidity. So their hedging of options is going to require synthetic liquidity. Their shorting is going to require synthetic liquidity. So the more active fund pressure, the more retail interest, all of that just puts more hurt on them. What kind of doctor did you want to be before switching to finance? I was thinking like anesthesiology or plastic surgery. Just whatever would pay me the most, really. I saw a shirt today that said it's not a cult, it's team building. Had a pentagram and an octopus devil on it. That's kind of awesome. Chapter 11, time to make a Discord channel. They haven't filed Chapter 11 yet. Trying to find decent nat gas company that's exposed to European issues is rough as heck. Yeah, it is. I've been digging for a few weeks now. What's the chance for an October OPEX right now? 50-50? It might be a little better than 50-50. Why did you switch to finance? I don't know. I didn't want a big fucking bag of debt. I didn't want to spend 12 years in school. And more importantly than any of that, I thought it would be terrible to be a doctor if my only motivation was financial gain. I think to succeed at medical school and stuff, you have to kind of care. Otherwise, it's not worth putting all the work in. Did they just refer to Cthulhu as Octopus Devil? I think so. At least as a doctor, you'd get big pharma honeypots to come hawk drugs at you. Yeah, and I could get that sweet whistleblower money 10 years later, too, right? So you just want to be the doctor that puts people to sleep? Probably half the people in the stream got high and fell asleep with YouTube on. So it's almost like the same thing. That's true. I wanted to be a doctor, but I had to bail because one, I pass out when I see blood. Two, I pass out because all my blood goes to my naughty bits. Uh, from the blood? From seeing the. Wait. Is two the reason you pass out from one? Or are they separate events? After seeing some of your pickle drawings of what an ideal body should look like, especially Cardi VWAP, I gotta say I'm a little disappointed you didn't become a plastic surgeon. Fair. What do you think is more likely? Sell off to pay for SLD, close puts for increased profit, market rebound, or sell off puts, increase price, then sell off for SLD? I think the most likely scenario is we don't see a large amount of put closure until Friday. And we continue to stagnate as equity sell offs dip prices in kind of a narrow range. I dropped out of pre-med because I knew I wasn't smart enough to make it. Smartest decision I ever made. Now I'm thinking about markets. Is it okay to be excited at this upstart GME shorting before OPEX? Yes. It's good. Two is the cause of one. Oh, okay. Got it. Are Coke Rat and Crisp Rat related? If so, puts on Illumination. Huh? Are you selling more upstart CSPs? Naked puts. Naked puts. No, I'm not hedging them. And yes, I've sold some. I didn't sell any more today yet, but I might. I dropped out of pre-med because I couldn't understand my teachers. All right. What's on Jeffrey's price target of for 133? Oh, Lawrence of Arabia. You'll get there one day, man. Remember when I did that TA on Zom or on Zom for you? It still looks good. Do I have it? I think I do. Here. See? You'll you'll live your dream one day. Maybe like mid 2024. No, 130 end of year. Upstart entry for near the money Jans. Could this drop down below 22? Looking for the best entry. I mean, the current price isn't terrible, and IV's kind of low right now. You might get another opportunity in like the like lower 22 $21 range, but you might not. How strong of a Jimmy OPEC cycle are you expecting based on this month's price action? 20 to 30%. I would say that we're probably not going to go much higher than like 38. I don't think we'll hit 40. So more than 20 to 30% is possible. It'll depend on if we get like volumetric price action or not, right? Like we need to see large covering and the big hedge flip and all that. It does look good though. It's primed. The rockets are ready to go. I was looking for an IV play on Upstart. Would Jan 23 100s be the dumbest play? They're not awful. They're fairly sensitive to IV, and leverage is really cheap. Yeah, that TA was better than mine. Hashtag legend. Yeah, I feel like I kind of nailed it. Moulin, piece of shit. I'm gonna grill some steaks tomorrow. If you want to swing by, Astros are gonna destroy your Yankees. They're not my Yankees. I don't own the team. What indicators are making you bullish for this OPEX compared to the previous one? Well, the biggest one's probably uh the slightly rising borrow rate going into the end of this week is a pretty good indication. Uh we're trading just below gamma or delta neutral. And we have been for a little while. You know, there was very decent shorting into September, with very little recovery through the early part of September, right? They've been buying puts every week in fairly staggering numbers to ensure that the market maker hedge doesn't flip net negative, and we're starting to see some call buying come in. Also, an obscene number of short calls that are opened, which close this Friday. So, you know, all of the things that accelerate price action during an OPEX are there. It looks really good to me. I'm gonna get exposure to it, but not a lot because I don't like the fact that we're in October. And I think, you know, with XRT on Reg Show that, you know, there may be another month before we see a true OPEX run happen. So it'll really depend. I mean, we'll look for XRT puts, a lot of which close this Friday, and see if they're getting rolled out or just closed out. If they're going to roll them out to November, you know, obviously that sets up November much better than this period. September OPEX, I think just too soon, frankly. October, a little more confidence. November, a lot more confidence if we go that far without getting a run. We did have what could be described as an OPEX in August when they risked off the basket on like August 15th and 16th. And it was across the whole basket. BBBY probably put a lot of pressure on their positioning. And then, nothing really after that. But remember that they stepped away from shorting volatility on GME for a fairly long period between the corporate charter change and the actual split. There's almost no interest in shorting GME's volatility. After they risked off in August, a large amount of interest into shorting GME's volatility again, more than we've seen since after March or after November of last year. So I personally think we're really set up. We're better set up right now. I would have more confidence in seeing like another larger ETF FTD rally in the beginning of November, leading into a November OPEX. But there is some potential for them to clear out some obligations here in October, and if they do, it could pop a little bit. Of course, that would reduce confidence in November's OPEX. I know you're long oil. Do you agree that oil is going to rocket due to them tapping into reserves all crazy? Yeah, I think oil speculation probably has another good rally in it. I was expecting it kind of by the end of this year. I don't know if we'll see it by then. Maybe early next year. But yeah, I mean with the pullback in production from OPEC and us kind of pulling up on the limit of how hard we're going to hit the strategic oil reserves, I think speculation's going to start to pick back up on it. So yeah, I think end of Q4, beginning of Q1, we could start to see another rally, and then maybe another really strong rally in oil going into next summer. Are we missing anything major compared to previous OPEXs? XRT puts aren't as high, but remember GME shifted indices again, and XRT is not currently holding a lot of GameStop. So it could be that they're still positioning a lot through ETFs, but it's more dispersed across various ETFs. And so we're not seeing XRT being the focal point. With XRT going back on Reg Show, I mean that's a good sign um, for a potential run, or at least a good sign that they are building up obligations and don't want to report them. Can you explain like a 5 what the gamma flip point is? It's kind of the point at which the market maker's hedge shifts. Or well, that's what it's supposed to be, right? It's an estimate at the point in the chain where the market maker flips from being net negative gamma to net positive gamma. Essentially going from short calls and long puts to long call or short calls and long puts to short puts and long calls. And that affects how the market maker hedges, right? I'm hoping for a November OPEX and October NOPEX, to be honest, to make that much more. I'd actually, yeah, I'd almost prefer if we didn't get an OPEX run, but we've already put so much pressure on flipping the hedge that and October 21 is an unusually large monthly expiration. So Yeah, I mean, I think there is potential there for the hedge to flip and us to kind of, do our little gamma max rally, right? The mother of all contangos. Yeah, fucking seriously. I mean, that's the thing is they're the pressure to keep GME below that flip point is so strong that it's skewed near term IV down below long term IV. So they've shorted IV so fucking hard that the IV on the closest strikes is significantly lower than the IV on farther dated strikes, and that's inverse, right, to where it should be. And if you think about options like a futures market for GME, that means they're betting on a lot more volatility and a lot more price action after the October 21st expiration, right? GME shifted indices. It moved from Russell growth to Russell value. So it got dropped by some ETFs and picked up by some new ones. It wasn't a lot of change, but it was some. School of Stock, forgotten, not forgotten, just I don't know, not a lot of time to make videos. It takes me days, sometimes weeks. I'm not good at making videos. It's not really my skill set. I'm not a video editor. I'm also convinced that people that are successful YouTubers are in fact just video editors. School's out for summer. Like they don't have any expertise at all, right? None of them in any of the topics they're talking about. They're just good at editing videos. Just shoot it live. I've thought about that. Put the pumpkin I carved for work contest in Discord general chat. Let me know if I have a chance. Are we doing a pumpkin competition? Oh my god, that's the same face I carve into my pumpkins. That's amazing. Let's on sectors to be shifting 401k fund contributions into for the next 18 months. I want to get away from buying the dip, so growth or value or all cash. Probably value, industrials, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, manufacturing. Anybody buying shitloads of commodities right now? Because their assets are about to rocket. Have you ever seen IV as skewed on any stock as it is on GME right now? Yeah, but it's really, really rare. It's odd. The worse the video editing, the more informative the video generally. Yeah, also the fewer views, right? So you're saying they risked off so hard in August and released pent-up pressure for the split. They needed a longer refractory period before risking off OPEXing again. Yes, exactly, Tim Timmery. Successful YouTubers pay editors. Ugh. I hope Cat runs to 190, 200 within the next week so I can take the profit from this smart play to dump it into my upstart degen play. Nice. I'm a pickle financial dropout. Some of these YouTubers are great at stocks. Mo Money gets his edge from his Lux Algo indicator. Okay, you fuck right off, Stefan. Shortcut learning your tantric trading style. Slow build-ups into massive explosions. So hot right now. I mean, it's better than the Wall Street bets trading style, which is buy hard into the explosion and then having to clean yourself up afterwards. He means quantum squartometer. Did you time out Stefan, Carl? Wall Street Bets is the definition of School of Hard Knocks. What on earth is the SPX doing? Chopping in this shitty range where there's no options contracts. It's the fucking worst. We're not close enough to the 3700s to pull us down. And we're too far away from the 3750s to push us down. What on earth is contango? Contango is when the prices of a futures commodity are lower in the near term, or a futures contract are lower in the near term than they are in the future. Or sorry, well, the future price is higher than the spot price. So into the future, the price is higher than the spot, which is the current price. Which is what we have on GME right now, right? Like options are pricing in higher prices into the future, but the current or the forward, like the more forward contracts are pricing in lower prices and lower volatility. That's not a real word. It is a real word. Contango is not a Pixar movie. Do you know what the opposite of contango is? Backwardation. No, not backward Asian. Backwardation. Thanks, Carl. Poll what we will be most nostalgic for in the distant future. Stocks that move. RC tweeting is a pretty reliable indicator for an OPEX. No, it's fucking not. Rumor UK Home Secretary will be departing shortly. Number 10, sources insisting she's not been sacked. No response in the Home Office. The Sun. Are we getting our Oh, okay. It's from Bloomberg. Jesus Christ, though. The Sun? Is that where news is coming from nowadays? That's like telling me the New York Post said something. I got diagnosed with backwardation. They gave me extra time on my tests in school. What's RC's cost basis on what? On GME? Uh, cheap. I'm most nostalgic for that one time Jimmy went from $4.80 to 480 in a month. That's pretty cool. I haven't sold any leg of my straddle yet. I'm scared that whatever one I sell, it's gonna do the opposite. Wouldn't you want that? Like if you sell the short side profitably and then the skyrockets, you've won, right? I think. What's RC's cost basis on Revlon? He doesn't own any Revlon. Cal 185's in the money soon. I don't know. Maybe not this week. Mark it down, but I just found out I don't need brain surgery. So I'm chalking today up as a win. Wait, is the problem that made you think you needed brain surgery in the first place still very apparent? I don't know what your cost basis on fucking Revlon is, Nesquick. Gilgamesh, King of the Dans. What have you got? If God made me in his own image, does that mean God is regarded? Uh, you know, maybe. Rip to that guy's Albertson puts. Those are that's turd ferg. I give you credit for all the questions about your portfolio and personal stuff you receive. Respect. Anyway, what's your mother's maiden name? Nice try. Good time to average down on Fubo January calls. Might not be terrible. I don't know if I want any more of the. It depends on which strike, I guess. What's her mating name? Not maiden name. I hate Docu so much. Did you buy it again? Why? You just don't like paying them money. Is that what it is? Such a great stock. What a great, amazing company. Yes, exactly. Thank you for agreeing. The correct answer to all these God questions you're getting is some people would argue yes. Probably, yeah. Everyone else strangling Fubo at 350 and 5. I have a few times. I'm not right now. I just have puts sold. I don't think I'm gonna get a fill at 350 though. What do you see on OI positions for GME? Are they gonna make weekly in the money puts print? No, I don't think so. There's just a big wall of puts and sold calls between like 26 and $30. So until Friday, we're probably not going to see too much pricing to the upside. Congrats on 10K subscribers. When did that happen? I don't know. After I got rid of a bunch of them, I guess. 19th century Middle Eastern archaeology shows Bible ideas came from older civilizations. Yeah. I mean, people had to make up a lot of shit for stuff they didn't understand. Is there a typical time frame for stock delisting decisions to be made? E.g., 1, 2, no. No, they'll announce it when they do. You're not going to be able to time it. So you either have exposure or you don't. It's pretty simple. Are planning to add to your upstart position or are you set? I plan to pick up more December and Jan calls this week. I might buy. I mean, if I sell more puts, I'll buy more calls. What's up with the bid ask on Rev Jan 2023 12Cs? They're probably super illiquid. I have a CSP that's at the money right now and SPY expires tomorrow. I can buy back for break even now or let it ride and risk assignment. What would Pickle do? CSP at the money. Fuck, man. It's so tough. There's not. So here's the deal. I don't really think we have enough buy pressure or enough put capitulation to push us up through this fucking just absolute dead zone. So we're getting some movement, like, in the early part of the day when volume's higher. But then it just immediately broke back down to the 3,700 puts, right? With us stuck in such a tight range, I mean, I feel like you could let theta work to your advantage a bit more. I don't think there's a ton of downside into the end of the week. I assumed you were wheeling. Maybe just like I would probably just set like a stop. Where if I slipped too far, like if the price slipped too far down, I just buy to close. And then maybe wait for some upside. It looks like we've just found another floor here, so there might be another small move up or a smaller move up into the end of the day that could give you an opportunity to get out. But I think at the money at like 3,700 and you're in a decent place to just let theta work in your favor for now. Do you think a run up more likely happens in the end of November than October? No. If anything, November could be when we start our next leg to the downside. At least not late November. November 4th has a lot of options positioning because it's after the big earnings calls. Most of the big earnings calls. Do you think SLD is over by now? Yeah. We had a 200 BPS drop yesterday. That might have been it for SLD, but there could still be more, and it can continue to come in for the rest of the week, right? They have until Monday morning at market open to finalize their deposits. What do you find your highest yielding bear strategy? Straight puts, CC, shorting, selling naked calls is probably my highest profitability bear strategy. It's very easy to just sell volatility at the top of a run, especially if the run is like several standard deviations outside of the standard price range, right? Those aren't generally sustained. How far out of the money did you go on Upstart? I have strikes from 30 all the way up to 100. We can start seeing a big jump this Friday and throughout the whole week next week. We may not see a big jump this Friday. See, this is where that stop would have been good, Bob. What changed with AMD that made it cheap, like free under 100, and now not a good buy at 57? I don't think it's a bad buy at 57. It's just that you're gonna have to wait a long time, possibly a very long time, for it to achieve a higher valuation. They lost a massive chunk of their business in China with the most recent uh, what's the best way to describe them? I mean, I guess they're sanctions. Um, so they're no longer allowed to provide chips or video cards, or well, any products to Chinese companies. Um, crypto's way down, so GPU sales are dropping. Their year over year growth is still really good, but they just lowered guidance, and it's going to take a little while to catch up on that, right? Tech's going to get pretty slammed, and semiconductors especially, because all of the political turmoil surrounding them, probably into the middle of next year. And I've said that all year on AMD. Like I like AMD under 100 through quarter two, but quarter three, quarter four, not a big fan. I would step away from it for some time, probably before looking for a bottom to buy back in. I mean, my longer term like macro thesis has been playing out slowly in the markets. I think it's going to pick up pace, but um semiconductors are a little harder hit by that, right? Can you please say China like Trump does? I don't know if I've ever heard Trump say China. The entire time he was president, I just stuck my fingers in my ears and was like, la 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 la. Just, just tried to ignore it all. And I think I'm better for doing that. I think that was the right choice. He said Gina? Gina? Oh, Gina. Historically, midterm year is choppy and volatile. Do you think we could see more stabilized market volatility and back to a bull market in the early 2023? I don't think we're going to be back to a bull market till at least 2024, if we see one in the next decade. Yeah, I like GME. I'm gonna get exposure to OPEX. Same deal, right? 3 days of fucking options exposure and then close it out. When Fubo ending its exposure to sports betting, do you have an updated price target for the long term, 2 to 3 years, or roughly still $12 to $15? My price target was 8 to 13 over the next 2 years. Yeah, I would say that maybe 11 to 15 is now possible. I need to sit back down and do like a full analysis of the cost saved by dropping the development, but it's not insignificant. Can you talk about how Trump put the Red Hat industry in complete chaos? No? Is that what you want to talk about? Still proud of you, dude. You're my favorite on YouTube. I can't wait for you to make the transition to Parlor. What the fuck is Parlor? That's a stupid name. Do they not know how to spell? Talk more politics. The viewer numbers are dropping. Cool. Any thoughts on RISC-V chip manufacturer? It's an ARM x86 alternative for IoT. No. Interesting, though. I don't know anything about them. Do they have a ticker? Oh, you've become more bullish on Fuba. Well, I think price realization could happen sooner now. I assume the money they're saving will help strengthen their bottom line. Roughly accurate? Roughly, yeah. How low does SPX need to go for the 3,700 puts to pull it down? I mean, the 3,700 puts have already pulled it down. Remember, I said they act like gravity. But they only act like gravity to their level. The next big pile of puts is at 3,650. So someone's got to sell some shit to get it to move down further. 3,650. Yeah, I said 3,650, right? With this OPEC's not looking great for GME. It doesn't look bad, actually. I would prefer if we didn't get a run, but it doesn't look bad. Like we could see some clearing of obligations. Would a good strategy be add the money calls for November because they have a higher likelihood of going in the money in the next couple weeks? I guess. I mean, I wouldn't be holding any GME calls for a couple weeks. It's really simple. For OPEX, I'm going to open calls for 3 days. If price goes up, big happy face. If price goes down, sad face, sell calls. OPEX isn't that fucking complicated. Not only will I sell the long calls, I'll sell short calls as well. Still a mystery. I know. I'm going to write a 10-step guide to positioning for OPEX. So I don't have to answer these goddamn questions anymore. Some institutions said we could expect a Christmas rally. Do you think there will be a potential short squeeze rally in the end of January 2023, like 2021 January? If the market rallies, you're gonna see the effect of illiquidity across all of the illiquid basket stocks and short vol positions. A 10-step guide is 11 steps too many. Can it include not buying weeklies? Yeah, I could probably throw that in there. I wrote a neat paper on that exact effect called When the River Runs Dry. You motherfucker. You know, copying your thesis paper off of Reddit is not a great idea. Are steps 4 through 10 asking you when you're entering your position? I think that's steps 2 through 9. Sorry, dude, but I really need to pass kindergarten. That's fair enough. I get it. Those those exams can be tough. Would this low price make $5.24 leap super cheap on Fubo? They should be, yeah. What are they at right now? Like $1 a share or some shit? $1.50? It's not bad. I think it's getting fairly close to my cost basis on them. Can we talk about Super Singer's latest and greatest hype theory? That RC's tweets are quotes from a meeting he had with Icon, and is how Icon is communicating with apes. Oh, Jesus fuck. They'll just latch onto anything that gives them just a glimmer of hope, man. It's just sad. Put together a list of what we should all wear to best represent being your followers. VWAP hats. That way I can see you in public and avoid you. Actually, that's a great idea. Just wait, one of those loons will get interviewed and make all GME retail look like clowns again. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with just it's a decent company with low debt and it has a promising future in its sector. Like, what's so bad about that? Why is that not enough to hold on to? Because it doesn't promise millions of dollars for their $20 investment. That's not how the market works. Can you share who would be the fourth on your GME Mount Rushmore after RC, DFE, Icon, and why it would be Pulte? Oh, Christ. Have you finally found a reason to open a merch store? No. But if my $3,800 spy calls don't, or SPX calls don't print, I may. Over leveraged is one word I would use to describe my position there. Although the leverage was free ish. Discounted, heavily discounted, but over leveraged. It would be curious to know who it was on the Discord YouTube. If you saw someone wearing a VWAP hat, it would really just depend on my mood that day, right? But like, say I was feeling antisocial and didn't want to talk to anyone, I could see them and then avoid them. Maybe I'm feeling a little more gregarious that day, and yeah, I say hi. And then they're like, wait, don't go, look at my port. And that's my greatest fear. Cut your hair and send it to Turdferg so he can clone you. I don't think the world would be a better place if there were two of me. Do you think Apple will go to 170 by next month? Absolutely not. Look at my port, same like look at photos of my kids. Um yeah, I guess not as bad. I mean the whole look at photos of my kids situation with people you don't really know that well blows my mind. Like, hey, other adult, look at pictures of my children. View them. What the fuck? Your greatest fear should be you open the merch store with a VWAP hat, and 6 months later, there's a national phenomena of an increasing number of homeless people wearing that hat. I mean, that's just good marketing, right? If I open a merch store, I'm gonna go out and give so many clothes to the homeless. You don't understand fashion if you don't understand that people will immediately become jealous of the homeless's new sick streetwear style and just mob my merch store. You wouldn't want to meet the twins named after you, Gherkin Pi-Fi. Uh, man, they're gonna have a hard time in school. Behold my child and weep, for you have no game, and will never have honor. Honor? You know that's not how you spell honor. Saffrel. It's all for attention. People, instead of wanted attention, should just do things, learn things. VWAP will be the new name of the most recent opioid on the streets. These days are the best, Colorado Kev. These are so much better than days where things are ripping and everyone's fucking super emotional. I love flat days, right? It's just like I just get to hang out. It's not a bad day for opening new positions. VIX is cooling. Hey guys, don't forget about Snap covered calls. Its earnings are tomorrow, and the goal is assignment. I'm well aware. I bought like 20,000 shares of Snap, and I'm just gonna sell covered calls on all of them out of the money. Just a little bit out of the money though, because I really don't want to keep them. Just get a nice little yield. Chuck the position in the trash. Some adult is like, hey, look at my kids. Just ask, what's wrong with their face? Bam. You never have to see them again. Oh, I use a similar line, and I'm like, did your wife have a drinking problem? Their eyes look really close together. That one usually does it for me. It's a little meaner, but it's more effective. Accusation of fetal alcohol syndrome never fails. Did you say, is that your sister? While pointing at the mom. VWAP hats, Pi-Fi hoodies, Dillionaire socks, poor pants with holes in the pockets. Weekly's underwear where it's just the waistband. That's gonna be my contribution to fashion. That's just a belt. No, it's not. Belts have a clasp. These you have to pull up over your legs. Sideways till Fed beige book? No, probably not. Probably sideways till short capitulation the end of this week. Not sideways, and we're gonna chop in this range, right? Overnight price action will probably be more significant. Puts hammering Upstart along with shorts. Yeah, looks like it. They're driving it down pretty hard. I'm getting ready to sell some more naked puts though. That's good, right? We want to see them short if they have to cover. Bullish. Oh, Jesus. Those are already up 60%. Yeah. Maybe we will get a good short. Huh. I'd like to see that. Just FYI, if they slam GB down to 2250, I'm buying so fucking many calls. Is Ivy crushing on Upstart? I feel like my Upstart 35s for December 16 going from up 45% to down 12% overnight is excessive. Ivy is absolutely crushing on Upstart calls. That is 100% correct. Sounds like a good time to buy some. Yeah, right? Pi-Fi underwear? Damn, you all rich? Thank you, Carbon Based. Nate Shellart, welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much, dude. Do you plan to buy back GME CCs, or do you think they should be safe by end of the week? I mean, I want my extra $7 per contract. That's more bucks. What do you think the lowest they could hammer Upstart again is? 21? Well, they might be able to bring it back down under 21. It's possible. We got a couple days, right? Upstart CSP is good at the moment. They're pretty good right now, yeah. Even the fucking like weekly ones aren't that bad. '20s aren't super great right now, which is kind of shitty though. I still like the November 20s better. Don't forget that when it runs up to like 25, you can just buy the November 20s back, right? What's your target to buy more Upstart shares? I wouldn't buy unless it fell under 20. I have a lot of naked puts sold, so I'd have to start delta hedging them if it falls below like 21. Upstart CSPs good at the moment. Or at the money. What's your target to buy more Upstart? 2250 on GME? That's what I'd like to see, yeah. It's really a range from like 2148 to 2250, but anywhere in there would be really awesome. How much theta do you typically need for an IV options play? The more theta on an IV play, the better. Because it means you can go further out of the money with similar amounts of Vega sensitivity. Or like similar amounts of Vega. So volatility sensitivity. The next Fed interest rate increase. 2250 on GME end of day Friday. Yeah, that'd be bullish as fuck, right? You bears know no bounds. It's not about being bearish, man. It's about being bullish at a cheaper price. You want rims and Tims. For your friendometer needs to charge, and to charge the friendometer, you need the shorts. So you want them to short the fuck out of it, because that means it goes big ups the other way. How much were you able to buy your Snap for? I bought Snap at like 990 ish is the I think the cost basis. There was a little slippage on the buy end, but I think I ended up around 990. And then I'm just gonna sell like $11 covered calls. I wanted to get assigned. I'm just capturing the implied volatility and then trying to get assigned on the calls. Or well, on the shares. So I make profit on the shares, I make profit off of selling the volatility. It's a win-win. It's a perfect short-term buy rate. If it hits 2250 or the old 90 on Friday, is it on for October? It's on for October OPEX, that's for sure. Yeah. With regards to regular candlesticks, if there is a gap up, yet the candle is red while still closing above the previous candle's high, is that counted as a bullish candle or a bearish one? Candlestick analysis is bullshit, Stefan. That's what it counts as. When do we get access to the secret library of financial tips that will make us all rich? Again, I feel like you've mistaken this channel for Ancient Aliens. October looking better than September for OPEX. I know September was looking good to us all. Are there any differences to note? Increased compounding of obligations and more time shorting volatility. John Dan Rockefeller. I agree that I would like even more time of more shorting, right? I'd like to see another leg down before I had a lot of confidence in an OPEX. But with market conditions and GME's, you know, sensitivity after OPEX to a rising market, which is highly likely given the put expirations, there is a possibility that we could have a breakout next week, regardless of if there is OPEX covering or not. Yeah. Thank you, JFresh. So regardless of ETF obligations, Jimmy's positioned in such a way that if the market rallies up, you know, several hundred basis points, that could put so much pressure on GME that it just also rallies. Can you send my Pi-Fi branded slippers at the next Discord meetup? Sure, man. You know what? You could just copy this, like screenshot this. Just screenshot that, right? Make a sticker, slap it on your slippers. Oh, diapers. We'll just get the sticker and put it and make more stickers then. The main difference is I had money to play September OPEX and have none to play the October OPEX. 100% we get an OPEX this month. Is that how that works? That looks like a psycho's handwriting. What? Why? How do you define a psychopath's handwriting? Add the money in November GME calls IV is at 100. Yep. How low does the SPX need to drop before the 3650 gravity well takes over? Below 3680. Right now, you know, we're getting pulled out by calls at 3700. I compare the handwriting to mine. Oh, okay. Centaur Pegasus handwriting. I don't have wings. What the fuck? What strikes are you eyeing for October OPEX IV plays? Fuck. I don't know. I mean, if we're just gonna run with a market rally, I expect them to try to crush volatility, right? So I don't expect that big of a spike in IV. Maybe closer to the money, higher Vega. Maybe I'll just do the whole position that way. Easier. Did you already miss the thoughts on TCDA and its crazy IV OI with crazy premiums? No, I don't want to own it though. So that kind of keeps me from wanting to sell calls on it or buy stock in it. Do you own shares of Upstart or just options? I have 10,000 shares. Do you ever need to take a moment of meditation, look in the mirror, and reaffirm to yourself that you are not a centaur while slowly stomping down from 10? You know, some days. Are you getting the October OPEX calls this week or just wait and see? Probably, but I'm just hanging out. I'm not in a rush. I think this is one of the biggest problems with like the hit or miss kind of thing that goes on with OPEX is so many people buy in way too early then some buy in too late with not enough theta. And then those people get burned and they cry the loudest. But people who just like wait for a decent entry and buy with plenty of theta, generally, like, I mean, the losses are pretty limited, even if an OPEX doesn't happen. Three-day buy rate on Snap looks pretty nice, even now with the 300% IV at the money. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Like today's a nice entry opportunity. IV's low, price is crushing. My problem is I still have my calls from last OPEX. Why did I do this? Oh, Jesus. Shout out to all my hooved humanoid creatures working at Yankee Candle. Hashtag centaur. Oh, it's fucking great, man. Are we looking at any potential OPEX action for Upstart or Fubo? Sorry, I know you've probably answered that already. I don't know about Fubo, but Upstart looks pretty good. But mostly because it's on Reg Show and they're continually fucking themselves. Today is so boring. It's not that bad. Could the inverse GME IV near long-term X-rays be an indicator of a run historically? I mean, it's an indicator of massive put positions that need to close out. If anything, I would say it's an indicator that the most of the synthetic liquidity being generated on GME is being generated on GME directly instead of on XRT, which is interesting. Has anyone asked for Upstart Greeks on the screen yet? Yes. You just did. If you want to spice up your trading day, just buy bad 0 DTEs and have fun. There's a not small part of me that wants to buy some 3710s right now. But I don't like that part of me. What a glorious dip on Upstart today. Bullish as fuck for OPEX. I like it when they short it. Can you touch on doing a buy right versus selling CCs after the earnings? Well, in either event, you would have to buy the calls or the shares. If you sell CCs after the earnings, the IV is gonna crush. So what's the point? Like, you want to sell CCs now at 300% implied volatility, or do you want to sell CCs after earnings at like nothing volatility? It'll drop back down to like 110. Have you ever met a little pink lady by the name of Dolores Umbridge? No. 3640, then 3710. I think 3710 before 3640. Can you explain the Jimmy 2250 price point again? I missed it. It's like the next like solid resistance level to the downside, and it would imply that they have, you know, significantly compounded their short position going into OPEX. Generally, if they have OPEX covering to do, they want to get GME's price as low as feasibly possible. And I have a hard time believing that 24.97 is the lowest they can get it. Is TLT a meme now? Sometimes. I prefer to think of Gurk as Chiron from the Centaur from the Percy Jackson series, because he teaches us all about risky as fuck strategies. I do not. I teach less and less risky strategies all the time because no matter how much risk I shave off, everyone still manages to lose money. I sent off my t-test. I don't think it's low, but I stand with Carl. Nice. We haven't been able to break below 2350, so 22x is the best buy. Yeah. I mean, I'd probably buy at 2350 too, but we'd have to see if that happens first. She says centaurs have near human intelligence after watching you closely for 397 days. I think she's wrong. I'll take that as a compliment. Does SSR mean anything? Not really. I mean, it has an effect, but it's minimal. Or do you actually want to know what the abbreviate? It means. Hold on. Okay. Short sale restriction. This is this SLD? No, SLD supplemental liquidity deposits. How fucked are we on our rev positions? Down about 50%. Since this is a slow day, do you have ideas for storing cash at better rates than a savings account? Shares with long dated in the money put hedges. You could do that, or you could just get I bonds. Oh yeah, sorry. You're above human intelligence is evidenced by the fact that it took me 397 days to figure it out. Okay. Purchased money market funds pay close to 3%. Oh, it's disgusting. Christine Lagarde's Moascot. I'm down 45%. I win. They said cash solution. Oh, strength. Oh, cash solution. I didn't read that part. God, cash is such a terrible position. It's easy. Just find something that's not going out of business that's at 10-year lows. Why are shorts so reluctant to cover their positions? Why can't people FTD a share buy also? They can. And they do. um very, very frequently. Actually, more frequently than they FTD a short sale. What's your cost basis on Upstart? Oh yeah, I looked at that again last night. So after I bought back my covered calls yesterday, which is fucking stupid, 23.87. Based on TA Wizardry, does SPY SPX die slow death today, or do you think it will bounce back? I think it's just continuously grinding down in the most boring fucking way possible. Just scan for EV over EBITDA. Easy peasy. I'll give you 10% in exchange for a microloan I'll use to purchase every pickles pick for the next 6 months. Oh, this is between you guys. Tootsie Roll. Yeah, I mean Tootsie Rolls. Yeah. I don't know if it's at 10-year lows, but it's pretty stable. EBITDA? It's EBITDA. EBITDA. There's a T. It's not B. It's bit. No, it doesn't. It has a great fucking name. Here we go. Now we're getting something. Reddit over 10-year lows and is not going out of business. Has cash until 2025. That's not a lot of time, but okay. Yeah, I don't actually know what's going on with Rite Aid. I mean, like, I used to go into them and they were busy as fuck, and now they're just not. But it's still the same shit as CVS. It's just like people were just like, I don't like Rite Aid anymore. Fuck that place. Still holding November 3800s. Yeah, I still have some. I sold a little bit of the position yesterday because I wanted to average it down on SLD, and so I'm going to buy more in the next couple days. And my contracts were up yesterday too, so. Buying Tootsie Roll before Halloween is like when that guy bought on Wall Street Bets bought rabbits before Easter and they all died in the Suez Canal. Upstart being shorted or selling off with the market. Shorted. Both. Your 3800s, at what price did you buy those? Do you remember? I've bought them at a lot of prices. I don't know what the cost basis is right now. I'm not looking at them. I mean the SPX price, not the price of the contract. Oh, I bought them like all over the place. Cuz a lot of them were paid for with like overnight straddles. But mostly like most of them sub like 3620. Some of them a little higher, some of them around like 3630, 3640. If we fall back to 3650, I'll buy more of them. Does Upstart count as a degen play or a responsible, mature, and well-measured play? I guess it has both aspects. Like, I think Upstart as a company is undervalued a little bit right now. Maybe not a lot, but a little bit. The other aspects of it make it more of a degen play, like it being on reg show, its fail to volume ratio increasing faster than its volume. You know, it's definitely got a lot of degenerate, compelling aspects as well. Think we bounce off 3690 just to confirm the choppy nonsense of the day? We could. Take a look at Moulin, up 70%. My bags have been full for a while. I hope you get out of it, man. I know they had some news recently, so careful with the pump, though. Don't fucking overhold. That company's not going anywhere. They have no money, and they're designing electric vehicles. It's ridiculous. When do you think the put options for the 21st will sell off, or do you think they'll wait for Friday to exercise? Um, right now, I think they'll wait till Friday to exercise because they're not closing them, even though they're out of the money. So I assume that a large portion of those bought puts, even though they're weighing down in the market, are in fact just hedges, and they have no intention of closing them, regardless of how out of the money they get. What do you think about HII? They're building aircraft carriers for the military. That's a long fucking project. That's my initial reaction to that. HII, Huntington Ingalls. Earnings are good. Margins are up. Looks decent. Nice value recession play probably. Expensive price though. I'd wait for a pullback in the market if I could get the opportunity. It's not going to drop a lot, but you might be able to get I don't know, maybe like the 20 sub 230 range would be a nicer entry. Their dividends not great though. There's better stocks if you're just going to hold forever. Moulin, another 400% upside. I mean, 400% is like $1. I think the upside's like another 100%. I don't really see 400%. Do they still have warrants? So what happens when they expire? The market maker deleverages their hedge, which is like a lot of fucking money. 800 million per dollar. What do you think of TSM at 60? Again, I'm not looking to buy semiconductors until at least quarter two of next year. I'm currently building up short positions on Nvidia. I think it's overvalued right now, significantly. They have a monopoly on the naval ship building business. I invested in them back before the Iraq War. That's nice. I mean, monopolies are great. Did they use a lot of ships in the Iraq war? I mean, I'm sure they did, right? You gotta spend that budget. But buying Nvidia yet, or waiting for a better entry? Not yet. No, I'm waiting for the market to rally, and then I'm gonna start buying puts. They're gonna get hurt really bad with the Chinese sanctions. And I'm surprised that they haven't come out and uh lowered their forecasts yet. They should. But maybe they're hoping that the government will pull back the sanctions on China, which they won't do, right? Because it cripples Chinese semiconductor development and AI learning and algorithmics for the next 10 years, which is a huge advantage to the US. Is Upstart an IV play? It could be, yeah. What does Upstart do? They're a loan facilitator. They help vet debtors for banks using AI technology. They're like a competitor to like Experian or FICO. What's an IV? It's an implied volatility. Any reason Mulan is ripping, or did it just get way too cheap? They had some news. I forget what it was. Jerk, thanks for always being transparent. I hate YouTubers that peddle monthly memberships and with no actual content. They keep all their positions secret and whatnot. Anyway, thanks for everything. You got it, man. I don't keep my positions a secret because then I wouldn't be able to brag about my performance. I mean, I do it all for me. Would it not be smart for people to day trade Jamie if they have like 2,000 shares? Would it not be an easy way to make 2K profit a day on a $1 movement? I mean, there's risk in that, right? It could be, like if you sold today and didn't buy back in today and it pops overnight, you're going to be waiting a long time to buy back in profitably. Could be weeks, maybe even a month. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just you take on all the risks of day trading. And then if you're going to do that, why GameStop, right? Like GameStop's really not that compelling of a day trade right now. But yeah, I mean, you don't have to use options to play OPEC cycles and stuff, right? You could just sell the top and buy the bottom. You don't need to be like a financial fucking wizard to sell high and buy low. Would Upstart be a better day trade play? No, generally if you're day trading, you want something that has volume because you can confirm its trend signals. Because when you're day trading, you're basically just using technical analysis, right? Or you're leaning on technical analysis far more heavily. And things with low volume and high volatility tend to behave erratically, which can lose you a lot of money if you're day trading. GM and Upstart November 18 contracts are about the same price up the board. That makes sense, yeah. They're pretty similar prices. They have, you know, pretty similar liquidity, right? Well, GameStop's a little more illiquid, but Upstart's pretty illiquid as well. The biggest difference is GameStop, since the split, now has 4 times the number of shares that Upstart does. Wonky inverse head and shoulders on what? Nope. All right. Oh, this? No, not really. This is just fucking chop, man. This isn't even a wide enough channel to trade. Yeah, no problem. First name. I sold my GME shares the day before the split in order to profit from the 3 free shares for every 1 owned. They haven't showed up in my account yet. What do? Man, that was the stupidest shit I think I've ever seen on Super Stunk. Like, no, guys, that's totally cool. If you sell all your fucking shares, they still have to give you the dividend because it's after the ex-dividend date. It's like free money. Yeah, you get 100% returns and then 75% on top of it. They really want to fill this gap on SPX, huh? I don't know, I guess. I'm just trying to, at this point, I'm really just trying to be patient with call entries and stop out of the rest of the short side of my straddle. So like the 3705s already printed this morning. I closed those out. I closed out like half of my puts, and I'm hoping here I'll get to close out the other half, but the drop is just so fucking slow. It's like barely beating theta. It's almost like the lies are being perpetrated by a bad actor. Options bad, education bad, data bad. Yeah, I understand that, but you have to ask yourself how much of that is ignorance and like actually perpetrated. And I think I would lean more towards just ignorance. You know, DRS, if nothing else, it's easy, right? You buy, you hold, and you DRS. It's something everyone can understand, which is also simultaneously the biggest problem with it. It's really hard to explain to people like, hey, if you know you stack a shitload of delta on the chain, this thing will run to the fucking moon. There's a guy who has nearly 20,000 shares and doesn't sell CSPs to buy. Dude, you know, most investors do not understand cash secured puts or covered calls. It is, you know, in the world of just investing, it is considered advanced. I know that seems crazy to you guys that understand them because they are really just so simple, but um, they really are considered very advanced. Like even the most basic of option strategies for this average investor are extremely advanced. Do you have an arch nemesis? No, I'd have to have actual competition to have that. I find it insane that SS is willing to give against their whole thesis and sell their whole GME position because they thought they'd get extra shares, but drew the line in options. I mean, that obviously that post got downvoted to hell and debunked and everything, but a lot of people fucking read it, and I had to do like multiple announcements about how if you sold your shares before the split, you were not getting extra shares. I've made so much profit from cover calls. Thank you for teaching me about them. You got it, Cody. It blows my mind that people don't realize that CCs and CSPs are easy ways to bump up your income significantly. Yeah, I think a lot of people just, especially like on Reddit, I mean, they just assume that options are YOLOs and gambling. Like they don't understand all the different ways that options can be utilized or positioned, and that's understandable, right? It is a very complex topic, and really succeeding at it does require a fairly deep understanding of that advanced topic, and that takes a lot of effort, time, practice, and a lot of people don't have time for that in their lives. A lot of people don't care. Is it worth it? Absolutely, but that doesn't mean everyone's gonna bother. Do you think Mulan will get back to $1? Probably not. It could, I guess. I remember how people were actually arguing with you how since it's a dividend you would get your shares. The thing with a dividend is you sell your rights to those shares if you're selling them before the split. I listened to you at 66 volume and I drew an extra 6 on the screen to remind myself that you're the devil peddling options. Thanks, I stand for Fluffy. Well, man, let's not explain how options can actually be less risky than the underlying. You'll scare them. I know. It's amazing how many lazy people are out there. I don't think it's just laziness. I do think that there's probably a significant portion of the population that is incapable of understanding it without, like direct tutelage. What did you do to my previous spy? The friendometer is not overcharged. At the current share prices, which investment do you like more? GME versus Fubo. Depends on the time horizon. 5 years GME, 2 years Fubo, I suppose. But my cost basis on GME is significantly lower comparatively than Fubo's current price. So I don't really have to make that choice. As far as like value in the investment during the holding period, GME also wins. Fubo's just kind of like front loaded with more growth potential over the next 2 to 3 years. But GameStop doesn't announce anything. So, like, we have forward guidance on Fubo. We know what they're planning to do. We know the path to profitability. We know what they're doing to grow bigger. On GameStop, it's just we have no idea. So that's tough, right? The other side of GME calls is the people are underwater on their shares and are scared they're going to get assigned at a loss. A lot of people have long-term holdings too. Yeah, I know. I understand that, but I mean, you know, if you want to bring that cost basis down and you don't have more money to throw at it, you need to do something, right? You need to actively manage it. The less money you have, the more you need to actively manage your positions, because you need to be able to skim every penny feasibly possible, right? Otherwise you're stagnating, and that's something when you're not wealthy you can't afford to do. You can't stagnate. You need to constantly be realizing growth or income or value, right? How low do you think the SPY can go? I mean, potentially we could hit 3,600 before the end of the week. I think we're quite a ways off, but it could happen. Can we do some math together? If 1K of each of us each sell 10 CCs on GME, that's 10,000 CCs. Isn't that enough volume to decay our profit potentially? Well, I mean, we'd have to sell them all at the same strike. And no? I don't think there's that many people that own 1,000 shares of GME. Honestly. Why is gold a bad hedge against inflation? Because there's too much of it and no one cares about it. Also, currencies aren't backed by gold anymore. There's no gold standard. Does SPY SPX look bearish as we breached yesterday's low? Looks like we're on a resistance level from the last 5 days, though. Trying to figure out where SPY SPX is going for the rest of the week. I mean, options positioning would indicate that there's more room to the downside. You would want to assume that they'll hold into expiry. We could see out of the money puts closing early, right, before expiration. But in the money puts aren't going to close until expiration. So, right now, puts at 3,700, 3,750, and 3,800 aren't fucking going anywhere. The puts at, 3,650 and 3,600, those are shakier. Wasn't this supposed to be a sideways week? I mean, it kind of is, if you zoom out. The trimmed average on computer shared is 450. That sounds about right. CC's on Jamie for this Friday. Worth it any more this week? 26, 27, too risky. A little risky because you could deal with like an end of the week bounce. If they're done with SLD and they start leveraging upside moves, then the market could start bouncing into the end of the week, which would be really bad for covered calls too close to the money. If you sell just above that like big negative gamma, like the 20 like 8 plus range, it's a little less risky, or at least really unlikely to close in the money on Friday. Puts at 3,300 and 3,500 are basically worthless. Yeah, no one cares about those, right? Those are probably just like dead hedges or sold puts at 3,300 and 3,500. I'm looking to lower my cost basis on my very underwater RevGen 35C. Do you think this week presents the best opportunity to do so? It's very cheap this week. I will say that even historically, the $25 to $27 range for those contracts is quite cheap. I was waiting for the cost basis fairy to fix my problem. Now I sell CCs. Pickle jar learning. Thanks, about to get some. Hedge is dead, baby. Hedge is dead. You pay, yeah, you pay the difference between the spot and the price. Yep. Thanks, Tungsten. Which one of you DJs just bought 1,300 2350 Upstart weekly contracts? I don't know. It wasn't me. Leia Hood, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Another leg down. Maybe. We'll see. I think just more chop until... There's like, look how little buy-side pressure there is right now. Upsquirt? Interesting. Ooh, this is kind of that same... Alright. If SPX drops below 3680 again today, and that triggers a large upside move on Upstart again, that's going to be really fucking interesting. Why is there so little buy-side pressure on the SPY? No one wants to... I mean... So, no one wants to buy into, like, leverage long positions until after they finish their liquidity deposits, right? And get their margin in line, and then they'll leverage the upside. Give it time. The next 2 days of this week, you'll start to probably see more calls come in. What do you like better for Upstart? Jan 60s or 100s? I like them both for different reasons. I just started buying the 100s yesterday because the 60s are just getting to be a little too overpriced. When do they get the deposits back? Wednesday, end of day, or Thursday, market open? The settlement, the settlement starts to occur next Monday. Actually, I think it starts this... I think it's... The settlement starts Friday, technically. Through Monday. But through end of day Monday. For today. And then continues out, right? Sequentially. So there's like a roughly like 3 trading day turnaround. Isn't SLD supposed to cushion margins for OPEX clearing? Yes. Would make sense to get it back after all that has been cleared. Yeah, so after the deposit period, then there's a supplemental liquidity settlement period. Hence the nature of the period, right? Deposit and then settlement. Technically settlement can occur out. I think it actually occurs now out until the end of the month because they changed the rules on this like back in March. But this is for like smaller liquidity deposit settlements. The bigger SLD OPEX event happens within like the same T+2 time frame that we look for settlement from the market maker gamma exposure as well, right? So all of that occurs in that like 3-day deposit and then 3-day settlement window on either side of the expiration. OPEXs are cool because there's so much fuel thrown onto the fires, right? When do they get the deposits back? Is it okay? Covered that. Don't let her see you type up, Squirt. How should I YOLO my tax savings after IRS inflation adjustments? Spy looking ready for a bounce. I don't know about that. Found support, but I don't know if we're looking ready for a bounce. Still looks weak. How did those get turned off? Ooh. As a close of business Monday, 10/18, the top 10 highest short interest stocks was in the financial sector. Average short interest for stocks in the financial sector stands 1.68%. Marathon Digital Holdings, 46.39%. Upstart, 45.08%. That's up a lot. Dude, Bazinga reporting fucking Upstart with 45% short interest. How do you think Ivy is high on Upstart November 18 calls near the money? Um, a little bit, yeah. Ivy's a little pricey for November 18's near the money. But also skewed, right? See, like the October 21s have lower IV. So you know, this is that same contango that me and Dork were talking about earlier that you're seeing on Jamie. It's on Upstart as well. Like October 28s have 113% IV. And November's have 115% IV. But then like November 18 has 143%. Yeah, see, it broke down again. Fucking just awful, weird volatility curves. I'm really glad I decided to stay out of the market today besides my straddle. This like grind would have made puts so terrible. turned 100 Fubo into 136 in 10 trading days by managing the dips and rips, aiming for 500. Nice, man. Congratulations. That's really good. Those 3710 ain't so hot. What 3710s? Oh, the calls? Yeah, no, didn't work out. I didn't buy any, but I sold the short leg of the straddle on that support. Pain. Yeah, that's rough. I bought some food from the Sneeze Bar at Whole Foods. It was delicious. Is there a way to get WeBull's charting to stop auto scaling? Yeah, just turn auto off in the bottom right. See this auto? You can just click it and turn it off. And then you can move them manually. I love this on GME. This is fucking exactly what I want to see going into OPEX. I'm not gonna lie. Same for Upstart. This is very, very confidence inducing. If Jimmy got down to the 23-24 range instead of 22-50, would it still make you more bullish? Yeah, I mean it just being driven down makes me bullish. Being below gamma neutral, especially. This is titillating, Carl. Oh shit, yeah. Hey Gurk, I give you a hard time about MMAT, but Fubo has been amazing. I want to say thanks. It's cheap now and volatile like GME used to be. Not a problem, man. I get it. You know, I understand being bullish on a thing and being like, fuck you, bears. But I also didn't want to see people get burned buying like full bull buying into MMTLP when it was already up 200%, right? You gotta look at it from my perspective. Care to explain your barbaric centaur stampede? Also, no options, so gross. Barbaric centaur stampede over my baby bulls. I told you to stop being bullish and let your friendometer recharge. You still aren't listening to me. I'm not even watching anymore. I'm stuck in a 5-second perma loop now. I'm not mixing up MMAT and MMTLP. MMAT is metamaterials. MMTLP is the Torchlight preferred dividend. I know what they are. I played Torchlight when it ran last year. MMTLP was free if you owned it back then, not if you're buying it now. $36.50 would be pretty perfectly 300 BPS down from yesterday's peaks. Pretty perfect natural SLD stopping point, or yesterday just natural options movement and 3600 still on the table. 3600 is absolutely still on the table. What are you looking at on Upstart to play OPEX? I know you have November, December, Jan. With the current IV crush, I'm looking at 30C and 50C for December or January. Thoughts? Current IV crush, I'm looking at 30 and 50 for December or Jan. No, not bad. Not bad positioning. I mean, you've got a nearer the money play and a kind of out of the money play to capture a spike in IV and possibly a move up in Delta. A better way to capture Vega on that might be to do like Jan 50s, December 30s. Koala Hugger. Hey Girk, just checking in. I've been doing well, just making good money on GME cover calls. You changed everything for the better for me, bro. Looks like you're still killing it. Thanks again. Thanks, Mirror Universe Koala Hugger. Appreciate it. What about Chinese stocks like Baba? Attractive prices or dumpster fires? Too much risk, honestly. I as someone who really wants to like 20% port into Baba on any day it's below $80. I have to remind myself constantly that the risk is just far too high. I mean, China's currently playing keep away with their economic data. I mean, you just can't trust it, right? Poker Pig, welcome to Cornishon, man. Appreciate it, dude. Where's the best place for stock screeners? Fidelity screeners features seems limited. Free one, Finviz. Finviz is probably the best free stock screener. Here's a question. 3,600 on the table for SLD. But what does SPX bounce back to next week? Next week. I think next week it can probably hit 3,800. Maybe higher. So many puts closing. I totally should have bought back my Upstart CSPs yesterday when I was almost 50% up. Is there any way to predict today based on what we saw yesterday? I mean, yeah, SLD. Like, we knew we're in an SLD period and further drops were more than possible. I talked about this a lot. Like, even though we saw that 200 BPS drop yesterday, it didn't mean that we were done falling for the week. SLD can frequently drag out for the entire period. It's unpredictable, but if you can short the top at the early part of the week, SLD is usually really profitable to the downside. If you had to choose between Upstart GME for October OPEX, short on available funds, want to make a smart choice? Lean towards Upstart, or would you just get a piece of each? It's tough. You know, we haven't really seen any historical Upstart runs, but, you know, given the data that we understand, Upstart has more potential for an OPEX run than GME does, simply because of its reg show inclusion currently. GME has the historical precedence. So you have to make a decision between that. You know, one has that precedence, the other doesn't. But one is also on reg show and the other is not, and it's tough to weigh. I mean, I've got exposure to both. I'll be fine either way. But you know, if there is an OPEX for one, there's likely an OPEX for the other. I can say that much. Had my SLD play gotten stopped out this morning for a 10% loss, but now would have been up 20%. Was in back I was in back-to-back meetings with work and had to manually put in stops. What percent is your stops typically? If I'm not watching it, fairly tight, like 10% of contract value. If I'm watching it, I'll go a little wider and tighten up if I see like big movement against me. A lot of the purpose of stops when you're actively managing is just in case, like, you know, SPX drops like $30 in one candle, right? That's why you have a stop. Until you're ready to close, And then, when you're ready to close and take profits, you move your stop incrementally closer, right? So like when is OPEX? Next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We're gonna hit $50 for GME OPEX. I wish. I don't know if we will though. Any notable economic data coming out Thursday, Friday this week? Not a lot, as far as I'm aware. We've got what? Jobless claims tomorrow are probably pretty important. I think there's another housing data thing tomorrow. Maybe existing home sales. That's about it. Yeah, just not a lot of fucking economic data this week. Next week we have some stuff. Next week I think we have PMI, Flash. We should have what, new home sales at some point. I'll just look. Durable goods, GDP growth rate, and then personal income, personal spending at the end of the week. Housing's falling apart slowly, yeah. You're gonna hit a solid 2850. No, a lot of that positioning is closing on Friday, right? That negative gamma to our upside is closing out on Friday. So that's actually pretty bullish for GME. Are any of those data points going to be bullish? Personal income could be. In the early part of the week, since there's not a lot of important shit going on, I guess new home sales could be bullish. PMI will probably be pretty important. And is all forecasted more bullish. I think manufacturing is expected to drop a little. Wholesale inventories are, I think, expected to drop. Retail inventories without automobiles, I don't know, it doesn't have a forecast. Durable goods are expected to rise. Yeah, durable goods expected to rise. GDP growth rate expected to improve. So that's bullish. That's into the latter half of next week. But I think most of that'll be fairly good for the SPX. The next 2 days have more econ data than the past 3 days combined. Yeah, but none of it's super important. We already had housing starts and building permits today. Those were the big ones. They came in like housing starts came in under the forecast, but building permits came in above. So fewer starts, but more beginning construction. So estimates were, a little off on the slowdown in construction, which could be good for. I mean, it's been fairly good for cat today, right? It's keeping cat supported a bit. Cat likes building permits a little bit. If the data comes in good, it likes it. Upstart bounces back up to yesterday high. I'll become a member. I feel like you're bribing me. Like if I somehow can get Upstart to move up $3 when I really want it to be shorted so I can keep buying calls. You know what? You keep your $25 and I'll just buy contracts that make me 2,500. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Thank you so much. Ahaha. Fickle pickle tickler. I'd like to buy a plot of land and plop a tiny house on the property or goblin auction house thingy. Why would you want to live in a tiny house? I don't understand that. It's like, oh, I can't wait to live in this fucking shipping container. How great. Just tuning in for the first time this week. Do you believe Jimmy has more downside than this before OPEX? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Upstart realistic price target for OPEX. Gamma Max there also seems a bit high. Upstart realistic PT for OPEX. A realistic price target? I mean, who the fuck knows, man? It's got so much. They're building up so many obligations on it, keeping it on Reg Show this long, right? And it's not like it's not trading any volume. It's trading like a fairly decent amount of volume every day. 4, 5, 6 million. Options interest on it's picked up. I wonder if we got Gamma Max more in line now. No, Gamma Max is still showing really skewed. It's so annoying. Vega neutral's at like 32. I would guess Gamma Max has moved up a tiny bit since yesterday. Just in my head, but still roughly like 30 something range. It's because for most of us, tiny houses are the only ones we'll ever be able to afford. That's not true. The housing market's crashing. Slowly. That's all I needed to hear, love. I'm out for the day. See you all later. See you later, BMG. When GME implied vol around 90%, might be getting kind of close. It's in the 90s right now. Like IV30 is definitely in the 90s right now. Do you see downs for GME until OPEX or back to gamma neutral? Hard to say. I mean, are we going to see them continue to short it? They're definitely trying to crush IV and price, so that's a good sign. Due to the declining house market, I have pivoted to spending all of my dry powder on metaverse real estate. How do I DRS all these virtual Wetzel Pretzels deeds that I bought? Oh boy. No, thanks, Fevies. What a great trade. How do I become a member? Oh, you fucking son of a bitch. Fuck you, Hazy. People still trying to sell their homes at last year's prices with interest rates double from last year. Talk about being in denial. Yeah. Don't worry. The panic will set in eventually. Usually after they all get laid off. Does SPX SPY IV get crushed end of this week? Thinking about SPY straddle over the weekend because I think there'll be lots of movement from OPEX, but if IV crush might not be worth it. I mean, VIX was bleeding down. Hold on, let me check it right now. Is it back up at like 31? Where the fuck did it go? Oh, yeah, back at 31.50. Might be worth it. The problem is the put pricing can crush out. Not so much. I mean, calls will generally get more expensive if VIX crushes over the weekend. And VIX can crush over the weekend. Dork hasn't sent you any DMs today. Is that why the market's so boring? I mean, I assume he hasn't sent me any DMs because he's probably working. Otherwise, he would be sending me DMs. If Upstart is still trading around $22 next week, there's no way I won't dump my paycheck into $30 weeklies. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I'm reading you loud and clear there, Fevies. Did Jan 23 237.50s on GME still have that 10x potential, or are they a lost cause now? I don't know. We haven't had an OPEX run since the split, so I don't know where IV is gonna spike. Like how high its potential is. They're not as good because you have to buy 4 times the number of them to get the same Vega. Options are so much cheaper now. It's just easier to buy them nearer the money. It's easier to buy like 100s or 60s. I watched by Wetzel's at Downtown Disney, and the amount of dough that place was cracking out was mind blowing. That guy's gonna be rich. Damn. Maybe we fucked up. Maybe we should have stayed in the Wetzel Pretzels play. Tell me not to buy this random bottom breakout. What breakout? The one that just died? That seems, well, that's up to you. How do you break out of the mode of thinking this can still go up, down, despite the technical saying otherwise? Practice, practice, practice. I mean, you just have varying degrees of how strong your confidence is and continued movement to one side or the other, right? And the accuracy of that confidence gets better with practice. Upstart 3 million average volume is almost 10% of the shares outstanding. Isn't that really high? Yeah, it's quite high. The volume's been decently high on Upstart. Do you mind selling your Rev shares so my 35Cs can fill at 25 cents? No, I'm not doing that. No volume on indexes today. Everyone's waiting on Tesla earnings. Yeah. Let's see how good Tesla's accountants are this quarter. What's up, buckled up, Jen? I need to eat something. I haven't eaten since the day before yesterday. I'm starting to feel woozy. Yeah. Spitballing thoughts on Tesla's earnings today. I wouldn't fucking touch it with a 10-foot pole. I've been practicing my TA and I'm learning a lot, but I'm still not sure what it means when the volume candles make a head and shoulders. I mean, I don't think that means it. You don't need to use head and shoulders on the volume candles. Trash. It should. I mean, technically, it would mean like another spike. Anytime you have low volume, then high volume's expected. So if you have a head and shoulders, then at the low of the right shoulder, you would expect another rise in volume, right? I meant it as a joke, but thanks to the actual insight, no problem. I mean, volume's kind of binary, right? It's either increasing or decreasing. Jesus Christ, man, eat something. Like, here's the problem. Like, sometimes I don't eat for so long that then I don't feel good. Like, I feel nauseous, and that makes me not want to eat even more. SPX 3600 end of day. I would say 3650, given the amount of or the lack of interest in the indices today. Just joined. Is this only SLD or are they building obligations for OPEX? Oh, this isn't SLD. They're shorting like GME and Upstart quite a bit. I think Fubo got shorted today too. Gorging on ice cream sandwich. Dude, I haven't had an ice cream sandwich in like 5 weeks. Jesus Christ. Just hook up glucose IV. That'd be good. Maybe I need to start drinking that Soylent shit. Then I don't have to think about eating, which would be nice. And we take advice from this guy. Listen, Knight, all right? Son of a bitch. Grazie. Thank you. Story of my life regarding eating. All the coffee definitely exasperates the situation. Well, I have coffee and nicotine. I got all the stimulants going. All the legal, lame stimulants. How about a daily segment where you look at the current R short squeeze pump? I bet it wouldn't take long. Fuck that. Jesus. I don't have to flick between that and eye bleach. Adderall do that for me. I don't do Adderall. Spy is a short squeeze target. It's not a short squeeze. It's a short position exiting, but that doesn't mean they're getting squeezed. A short squeeze would occur if there was a massive market pump while all these puts were open. A little bit, right? Like they would get squeezed out, but not short squeeze in the sense that you're thinking. What about a daily segment where you go into a Discord and time 10 people out for an hour? Not cool, Gurk. I am here for you. I know Gurk's ice cream sandwich. I know you are. Thinking of starting entering a GME position tomorrow because we started OPEX early on Friday before OPEX, haven't we? We have. I could Google this, but I know you remember all, so why waste the energy? Yeah, we've started on the Friday before OPEX a couple times. Not often, but a couple times. It's yeah, you can buy like Wednesday, Thursday. Our short squeeze new play is Mullin. Oh Jesus, they're back on that one again. Volume's getting a little better on GME. It's good to see volume to the downside here. So overpriced. Salvia actually makes you feel like your brain is melting. Interesting. It'd be nice to sell some CCs again that actually had some premium. I mean, I don't mind like 30 cents a contract. It's fine. It's just shitty when it's like 5 cents. It's just not worth it. Looks like Mullin bought a bankrupt EV manufacturer at a big discount, which now gives them capabilities to actually manufacture vehicles. Planned for 2023, 2024. Yeah, that timeline seems like bullshit. No offense, but like there's no fucking way they're getting a factory up and running to OSHA standards in 1 to 2 years. I'm not saying people won't bet on the potential for them to get one up and running, but 1 to 2 years is way too short of a timeline. Elon, what's OSHA? I mean, even Elon had to deal with it, right? And he had all the capital in the fucking world at his disposal. You think writing CSV on Upstart at 20 will get me a sign next week? No, probably not. It would be nice to sell some CCs again that actually has some premium. Oh, I covered that. I didn't stop him from maiming half his workforce. Why are you offended by Polar Bear? A pigeon whale is bringing a child into this world in general chat. Shout out to Stonk Lover if they're listening while their wife is screaming from labor. Congratulations, Stonk Lover. What's ISO and IATF standards that autos have to meet? It's not a 1 to 2 year rollout. There's like no fucking way, right? OSHA's not easy though. As someone who worked on like distribution network setup, it's still several months to get You know, even and we were just doing distribution, like not factories, but it's still several months to get them up to OSHA standards. I agree that the automotive stuff that they have to meet is also a bitch. The amount of red tape between them and an operating factory right now is significant. Do you position for OPEX yet? If not, when are you planning on getting calls? It depends on how far ELMS was in the process. No, it doesn't. They have to restart all of it. That's why bureaucracy sucks. Or a vast majority of it will have to be restarted. Yeah, it's a new company. Unfortunately, you can't take over where they left off. Not in that regard. I mean, it helps with the equipment and stuff. It's not bearish. If they can get the funding and capital, get it up and running, but it'll take a lot of time. I still am pretty convinced that Mulan is just a shitty pump and dump. Insiders are just trying to sell out of their bags. You get a lot of those, right? You just get companies who are like, oh, look at our prototype. It's so cool. We're totally going to make this. And then they sell all their shares. It's getting too bullish in here about OPEX. What do you think Gaff would say? I mean, Gaff isn't ever bullish on anything except Revlon and Bitcoin for 2023. AKA Nicola coasting a truck down a hill. Yeah. Just got here, so I'm sure you've answered already. This the SLD sell-off. I think we're seeing continuation of SLD sell-offs. Remember that the larger sell-offs during SLD are likely, individual entities, and then you have many, many smaller entities selling off for SLD through the entire period. So we have a bit of a bearish tilt, if you will, and enough bearish options positioning to put some gravity on that. So there's definitely some more downside available. If OPEX plays out nicely, are we looking at 3850, 3900 on SPX? That's really high. I would say like 3820, at least initially. 3850 could take some more time and probably some more bullish news. Like I could see 3850, 3900 taking until like early November once more earnings are in. But a move up from like the 3600 to the high 37, 38 range, definitely possible. So 300, 400 BPS to the upside, maybe. Obviously, if they start to leverage long positions into the middle of next week, once the settlement, like SLD settlement, starts rolling in, then we can see more upside. But that hasn't happened yet. And as long as that positioning isn't there, I don't have a lot of confidence in it. Once that positioning's in place, then there's more room and faster a faster rise, but we're not there yet. Are you still bullish on Jimmy Rev start Berto? Yeah, pretty bullish. It's almost time for my monthly NoPex question count. Join us here next week for all of the fun. The best. When is Hellboy gonna kick this thing off already? We'll see. I mean, we're just waiting on the decision, right? That's all we're doing. We're just waiting on the decision for the delisting. We've got the bankruptcy hearing at the end of the month. You know, if Revlon survives as a company, it's likely to do. We're likely to see upside on it. I mean, it's just the way it is. If it doesn't, then we won't. It's not very complicated play. I mean, the things that'll drive price action in IV, that's all really complicated, right? But the basic, the fundamental thesis of Revlon's not very difficult to understand. Would you rather go down with November monthlies or December monthlies for SPY at the money call? I'll go November or December. I probably don't need November theta. At the money calls? I wouldn't buy at the money calls at this price. First of all, the OI probably sucks. Second of all, why at this price? 3680s? I guess you could. It just seems overpriced. The SPY's not gonna stay at 3680. I wouldn't buy calls right now at all. It looks like it's gonna drop again. I don't know what percentage Ivy will increase to, Ashburn. We haven't had a big OPEX run on GME since the split, so we don't have any precedent to, like, there's no baseline. We know what Ivy moved like before the split, but we don't know now. I mean, Ivy will move up, obviously, if there's, you know, big volumetric price action and volatility, but we don't know how much. You know, DRS numbers have changed since then, so yeah, our grasp of Ivy, the rate of change in Ivy is not very strong right now. So up, I mean, it'll go up. You can probably pick a fairly conservative number and estimate based on that. I would assume like 30 to 40% is possible, maybe more. Maybe runs are over after the split. That's possible too. Although we did run on ETF FTDs for August and then again on August 16th. So I don't think that's the case. You're edging me hard, reading questions just above and below mine. November, December calls for GME, maybe PEX. For October, I mean, Novembers are fine, right? Because you're only holding for 3 days of theta burn, or like 5 days of theta burn, but you're only holding 3 days after the 30 DTE cutoff. Oh, are they 30 DTE today? They might be 30, so it's 5 days. Yeah, they're 30 DTE today. So 5 days into the burn. So you're not hitting that 20-day mark. And if you do, like, and you're still holding them, they're obviously way in the money, so you don't care. That's fine. I mean, you don't lose a lot of theta value. And if IV increases at all, you capture, really offset it a bit. No way runs are over if they're trying to stop the gamma flip. Well, they're definitely shorting volatility, but the bigger question through this period is, have they shorted enough volatility for us to have an OPEX run, or do we need to wait till November? And I am still split on that. I don't think GME volume has been very high. The drop down from August was a good, like a nice big short, right? But also a little bit of a sell-off too, right? You know, there's more selling going on with GME nowadays, more trading, which, you know, is encouraged by a split. And even you guys are more actively managing your GME positions nowadays, and so it's safe to assume that other people are as well. Generally, I'd like to see 2 big rounds of shorting.
before I really had a lot of confidence in OPEX having sufficient obligations. XRT going on to Reg Show in September is a very good sign. But yeah, there could be a lot more downside before we get a real OPEX run, and that's definitely a risk with October OPEX. So it's something to consider. A lot of its run potential right now, I think, is predicated on the market moving up more than it is on GameStop actually having obligations covered. So the shed of the big negative gamma, which will happen on Friday, and then the market pushing up into that kind of open exposure space. In your opinion, higher likelihood of OPEX run for Upstart or GME this month? I mean, Upstart hasn't really had OPEXs, but now it has the potential for them. So I like that Upstart's on Reg Show. I especially like that it's staying on Reg Show going into OPEX, and they're shorting the fuck out of it today. That's a very good sign, right? Because they want to get the price as low as feasibly possible into Friday before they begin to cover. And so, they're behaving predictably. GME, they're shorting pretty hard too, which is also a good sign. I will say if one has OPEX, the other likely will as well. So the likelihood of both of them is similar. Upstart's been shorted for a much longer period of time than GME though, and the short is clearly very overcrowded, whereas GME is not on Reg Show. I don't think we have necessarily way lower volume on GME post split. I think we just simply have lower amounts of delta hedging because delta hedging after the split decreases, right? And we have lower options interest. That's true. But, turnover in capital is simply lower. So I think it's a bad comparison to make because, one put requires the same amount of hedging before the split and after the split volumetrically. And since we already know that most of GME's volume is derived from options hedging, you can assume that, post split that fewer shares will be hedged. So, there's you have to think about that more relative to how hedging occurs and the requirements for hedging. If you're hedging, like I've said this a bunch of times, if you're hedging a $50 contract, now, it's 50 shares. If you were hedging one before the split, it was also 50 shares. But if you look at this volumetrically, the way you're doing, it's 50, 200, like, or this would be like 200 volume, and it's not, right? It's still just one contract. That's like a super stock thing that I've noticed a lot. It's not really accurate. Can you say Bobby to $17 November OPEX? Appreciate it, brother. I don't know, man. The interest is dying down in the call chain there. There's not a shitload of calls above $10. Um, so you're getting kind of like a weird disparity between the near the money calls and then like the out of the money leaps. And I don't know if there's enough. I don't know if there's enough contracts on this gap to drive prices up, beyond like the $15 mark. And, realistically, if it starts driving up that hard, they're going to do more of their share offering, right? So there could be like a fairly hard cap around like 12 or $13 just because there's so little interest here. Don't get me wrong, if Bobby went up, 100%, it would draw some more interest and hopefully that could, catalyze a further run. But you're not going to like I don't think you're going to see like I don't think you're going to see a move similar to the one we had before. I think the thing that is better for October as well is probably the push up from the market as a whole from the capitulation of puts out of the pimento. Well, yeah, I mean, that obviously helps. Can you say Bobby to $17? November OPEX. Appreciated, brother. Oh, I went over that. Did you see the last one? Last what? Seems a little bearish. Do you think we move up from where we are into Friday or neutral to lower into Friday? I mean, I think potentially we can move down all the way through Friday. Like there's room for us to fall back to 3600 without a doubt. Like a decent amount of room to fall back to 3600. I don't know if we will. 3650 is a stronger level, so we could just get stuck on that. There's no way to predict how much people are going to sell off for SLD through the rest of this week, though. Where do you see IV smile on a stock? Any free data or charts out there? I don't know how much you could utilize it, but I think I can't remember if hmm. I can't remember if Chameleon gives it away for free. They might not. I know Chameleon gives away IV30 for free. AlphaQuery.com, I think, has skew. Implied volatility skew. Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone else is modeling it for free. Maybe like bar charts or something like that. Or chart exchange. From what it sounds like, you still think F-Man is a thing. To some degree, yeah, I do. Mostly because the risk off in August and the May run, those line up really well with F-Man. So I mean, maybe things just got out of control earlier in the year, and the FINRA holiday deferment helped them shift to March, and so March just threw off everything. Which as time moves on and we get more and more data, it looks more and more like. But we'll have to see. If we run in August, that fucking upsets the apple cart all over again. Thoughts on Snap earnings, or are you in yet? I'm in. I haven't sold my covered calls yet, but I'm going to. Would you say the OI and Upstart is more supportive of UP than say GME, which has been struggling to have stronger options interest post split? I mean, Upstart's more illiquid than, well, it's not more illiquid. It has a smaller float than GME. So that's part of it. It also has a lot more institutional options interest than GME does, and long options interest. At least for the upside. Why not buy snap puts? Why would I? I'm just selling in the money CCs on it. It's just a buy right. I don't want to own the fucking stock. Should I buy a boat? I guess if you really want to. Does the end of the capitulation pimento on Friday mean you expect a rally starting Monday? I expect the rally to begin Monday and onward. It'll carry on for some time. Did you talk about Fubo at all today? Yeah. The cancellation of the sportsbook seems pretty bearish long term since it won't have as many revenue streams. I disagree. I think that they're maintaining the rights to integrate betting software into their platform without having to develop it themselves and cutting costs and realizing a path to profitability much faster. Initially, I was a little disappointed too, but I do think it's going to be and overall, long term, I think it's going to be a good move. Also, it's going to help increase institutional investing interest, and they need capital for growth, so that's good. If they can get some, warrants out and some build up some capital through institutions that way, it's really bullish. They can start getting some even more cash on hand. Which means that they can more aggressively pursue broadcasting rights, which are actually far more important than the betting, right? If you have all the content, then people have to bring the betting to you. Jimmy and Upstart different plays going to OPEX. And not to mention, every time they get one of those licenses, their chances of being bought out increase. Also, the chances of them being bought out when they're not a betting platform also increase. Just because you own a business doesn't mean you have to be a customer of that business, Dr. Sharp. If a large amount of CCs are being sold for Revlon 35C, does that impact how much the MM will have to hedge if the stock was to run? Yes. Yeah, if the sold 35Cs burn up, it creates a large deleverage. And there's, I think, far more of them sold than there are bought. It's getting spicier actually. About a month ago, the transition on my car blew up. Well, I don't have the cash to get exposure to October OPEX. I'm paying for my new car with covered calls. Thanks to the financial literacy, Girk. You got it, Shadow. Congratulations, man. I hope you're able to sell some really good ones if we do get a run. You get a big fat stack of money from covered calls on an OPEX run. I know how much mobile gaming licenses cost for initial purchase, maintenance, fees of the license, and renewable every 3 to 5 years per state. It's insane. Sportsbook is a money pit and saturated market. I think they were good to shed it, honestly. The more I look at it, the better I feel about it. Was there an IV bump on Rev? Some leaps seem to be rising despite the downs. A little bit, yeah, actually. Looks like some pricing out on here. Yeah, it looks like it moved up a tiny bit. Nothing extreme, but a little bit. If you can get past the approval boards that have a lot of nepotism towards physical casinos, that's a big hurdle too, yeah. Was there an IV bump on Rev? Snap earnings expected to be bad? I don't think so. I don't know. I'll find out. If they're bad, I'll own the shares for a little while. But I mean, if it drops hard on earnings, I can just sell the shares out from underneath and probably not take a huge loss on the position. With the IV crush. When buy Rev Float. If you buy Rev Float, I buy boat. I'm not buying I'm not buying Revlon's float. Hey Gert, question on Upstart. $60 for 123. Why? Why not? It's got nice implied volatility exposure. It's got okay delta exposure. If the price moves up, those contracts will increase significantly. You know, here. So say it moves up and like a conservative range, let's say 35. And I have January $60 calls. And we get an implied volatility bump of 20%, 30%. It would be 30% at that range, probably. Seems fine to me. You know, potential for 5 to, 8x returns per contract. It's not bad. If it keeps moving and it's a really big event, I mean, obviously, it could go up a lot more, right? That would be like 100% OPEX increase. You know, 20x on those contracts. It's really good. Also, yeah, if that happened, IV would go up way more, but so I mean, it looks like, and even if it doesn't, right? And this is lackluster, and OPEX, only moves the price a little bit. Those contracts are pretty profitable, over the OPEX period. Even at like a test of 28, I double my money. So they give me enough theta and enough exposure that now the hundreds are a little different, right? Like the $100 strike is trickier, but still, see, I'm still doubling my money at a test of 28. 1.5 to 1x, which is or 2x, 2.5 to 2x, which is still really good. Now show us the 510. Oh, that's for out here. But I mean, a similar profitability curve, I think. It has to move a little higher. Like I won't double my money if it hits, unless it hits like 30. But if it runs hard and I have a lot of time, right? Like say it runs to 50, that real upside OPEX move, and we get that like 40% IV bump. These 20x, 30x. So, I mean, these have a lot of potential too. No, we're not gonna fucking dick around with option strat all day. That's just masturbation. If you were a boat, what kind of boat would you be? Trick question. No boat for you. Snap gonna do the hat trick and dump another 40% on earnings? Maybe. Although a 40% dump at this point really just isn't that much money. That's what I own, man. I have $60 Jan Upstart calls. Like, I have 600 contracts. They're good. They're good. They're not even that expensive right now. They're only up like a few percent from where I bought them. IV's pretty good on them. They're just outside of like 0.1 delta. Theta's irrelevant right now. Vega's okay per 10 contracts. The Vega curve on them is pretty nice. It doesn't matter what you buy if the stock doesn't run. In which order do you sell different upstart strike states relative to a run? Generally, you sell the farthest out of the money volatility positions first, and then trim into the closer to the money or in the money calls into the middle and end of the run, where volatility matters less on their valuation because they are intrinsically valued. If we have OPEX run next week, do you think we could see a strong upside move like March? No, I don't think. Not on GME, not that big. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. I only need 44% move in GME and a 20% bump in IV to break even on my November 18 35Cs. Nice. Well, I hope we get more than that, turd. But that kind of sounds about right. Are you planning on selling the upstart 60C during OPEX no matter what? Probably, yeah. Tesla IV MOASsing for earnings. Yeah, I've thought about selling some like way out of the money naked calls on it today, but I don't know. It's risky, and they're just like not worth it after a certain point. Like where I'd feel safe selling them, it's just not worth it, right? It's like $30 a piece. Those aren't bad. Maybe I'll sell some. We'll see. If I had calls on Tesla right now, I'd probably dump them before earnings, honestly. Because you gotta capture all that that whole IV spike and the uptick in the market is driving prices up. When electrostatic spare earnings call, when I reinvest back into concrete. Do we think an OPEX on Upstart is what breaks us out of reg show and leads to even more VUP, which is more the focus of reg show removal or this OPEX period? It could be enough pressure to force them to get it off reg show, which is the idea, right? That's what happened with GME, right? Is the upside pressure from the OPEX period and massive amounts of call buying put a ton of pressure on them to close out FTDs and clear it off of reg show because they needed to short, right? That was a large part of what happened in January. That and the Volgavana squeeze, but the Volgavana squeeze only happened because it was on reg show and they couldn't short effectively. Imagine them all sitting, chomping at the bit every morning to get all the ETF liquidity. What happened to them last year? Why did they drop so much? People thought they were massively overvalued. They got the shit shorted out of them. Am I regarded for wanting to buy Tesla November 18 250C for earnings? Right now? Yeah. maybe like December if you want to play the upside. You want to get away from that IV spike. You pay like fucking 90% IV for Tesla calls. They'll be at, 50, 60 tomorrow, and then you fucking lost all your premium. Even December's will crush. You really need to be more than 90 days out. Yeah, I'm bullish on GME. I've got like 50 contracts right here. How bullish do I need to be? Are you still bullish on wheat? I've taken a lot of profits on wheat, but yeah, I am. I'm repositioning it as over time. I think wheat will pull back a little before surging more next year or into the beginning of next year. So I'm trying to time like a little bit of a pullback. I still have exposure, but I am fucking around with it a bit. I did good on the position. It took fucking long enough, but Jesus. It's so long. Will Dork's Tesla 300C print? Probably more today than it will tomorrow. No, I'm not gambling on Tesla. What's the best way to sell pumped up earnings IV on Tesla, e.g., selling 30 DTE or 45 DTE, 250 covered calls? Gracias. I don't think you want to sell 250 covered calls, right? That seems risky. If they beat earnings, the stock price is going to rocket. Um, unless you want to get assigned at 250, in which case, not so bad. Did taking profits on wheat mean you got that bread? Yeah. Were you leveraged on it? And did it involve de-leavening your position? Oh, Jesus. Is it better to monitor SPY or SPX when trading to get an idea for what the market is doing? Probably SPX. Although SPY can give you a better idea of volume. You can watch both. Did you even eat yet? No. No, I still haven't eaten anything. I'm just excited to see what new accounting principles Tesla has come up with. More innovative than the historical Tesla, right? That's what I want to see. How does Elon beat earnings again when everything's fucked? In a pretty big Discord, and people are talking about how sick they are of everything. Talking about going MOASS on GME. I'm not in GME, just saying might be something to watch. I mean, FOMO is a key aspect of OPEX, so someone's got to sell people covered calls after the cross of Gamma Max, and I'm more than happy to be that person. How many monitor lizards should I own before I can say I have a basic grasp of what the SPX is doing? It depends on which type. I think the ones that like swim in the ocean and get the algae, those are better. I don't know if they're a monitor. I think they might be like a type of like iguana or something, but go eat, take care of yourself. We need you for stuff. It's all right. I'm just burning fat right now. If VWAP were our liquidity zones for large amounts of orders, then shouldn't volatility increase as price approaches VWAP? It does to a degree. I mean, IV increases, implied volatility increases as a price approaches VWAP. If you don't eat something, I'm coming over to feed you. Do you still live on 33rd Thomas Street? No. Nice try, though. I haven't seen GME trade in such a narrow range in a while. I can't even remember the last time I've seen this. Am I imagining things, or is this out of the norm? It's not trading in a narrow range. GME's down a shitload today. We're down 6%. The price has just been plummeting since the early morning. There's nothing narrow about this fucking range. You mean on the intraday? I mean, they're trying to short it, right? So it's expected. I went over the last few weeks, the price range. It's been pretty volatile over the last few weeks too. I mean, we've traded up and down in a range of like 13%. That's fairly volatile. I mean, it's less volatile than our average, which is the point of shorting the volatility, right? But it's still pretty volatile. I mean, GME IV is still like IV 30 is still like 100, high 90s, which is significantly more volatile than other stocks. And if you go back to like early September, we've traded in like a 20% range. I think you're conflating notional value with percent change. That's why it feels narrow, because the split has made it narrower. But it'd be really cool if we did. Do you expect much price action for weak OPEX T+2? It looks kind of interesting. Gonna see what happens. I have exposure. I don't know how much price action I expect. I don't know if we're gonna see full on covering or simply just a rise with the increased price in the market. But either way, the hedge holding the price down now expires on Friday, so that upside potential is going to be released one way or another. GME short squeeze signal on Fintel, first time in 19 weeks. Cool. I have a crop load of Tesla shares. What can I do to protect from violent downside after earnings? I've taken too much of a beating already. Thanks for sharing any thoughts and ideas. Potential violent downside after earnings. I mean, is your goal to continue to hold them? I mean, what's your cost basis? How bad of a beating have you taken? Is your cost basis like 400? Dear Lord, sweet baby Jesus, let Fintel be right. You know, we never did construct that moving average of number of times a Fintel short squeeze pick actually short squeezed. I still think I contend that the number is still 0. I have very good internet, actually. It's just everything else is true though. Nintendo is under $10. Like the stock? Cool. Are you gonna buy some? I wouldn't buy any fucking Japanese companies right now, to be honest with you. My Tesla cost basis is 19 a share, but still so painful. Dude, if you've been in Tesla that long, what the fuck do you care what the price is? Because you could have sold it 400? I get it. I should have sold it 400 too. But I make a lot of money on cover calls. Just, I mean, who gives a shit then, right? Like, obviously, you'd be okay with losing the shares if you got assigned, so you can be way more aggressive in your cover call strategies. More like Nintendo. I will say I like the big downside today. It's not as much as I would like, but I like it all the same. Thoughts on adding a tips and tricks quickfire session once per month where billionaires or higher talk on stream and demonstrate one quick tip that's helped them become better traders. That sounds like something you'd participate in a lot. Ugh. This is a good show and tell for your stock strategies. That's not how this world works. Ignoring chat sentiment led to my pigeon whale. Nice fiscal stupidity. It's a big descending wedge on SPX today, especially the 5-minute chart, gapping up in after hours, or just descending and consolidating even more, right? Here's my favorite outcome for descending wedges and how most of them actually break down. So you get your top line, right? And you got your bottom line. And they break out to the upside, fail, find a higher level, then form an ascending triangle, and then break out. Although, I'm going to be honest with you, this looks like it could just break down for another 2 days. So when you have a descending wedge, which is just one of the worst, trickiest bitches of all the wedges that you can draw, the descending wedge is the one that will fuck you the most. Remember that there's a midline in them, right? So you want to try to find your midpoint in that wedge, and bounces on the higher trend line will lead to stronger breakouts than bounces on the lower trend. So if it comes up and tests the upper trend and pulls back and bounces on the midline, you're far more likely to get a breakout above the previous level. If it breaks out from the lower trend, like down here, you're more likely to return to the previous level or one of them, like either here like 37.35 or 37.50, so one or the other, and then pull back before recovering again. God, I like the 5 minutes so much better with all these fucking everything with no liquidity. Is that the next step in the death of this stream? Me switching to the 5 minute chart? I'm getting there. I'm getting real close. I had a big salami chop because it was cheap as fuck. Can I borrow your meat slicer? Because cutting it with a knife and getting a thin slice is impossible. I really just thought you were talking about your penis for the entire first half of that sentence, Jeff G. So you can imagine how shocking the second half of the sentence was when I started reading it. Were you serious when you said the SPY could drop even lower to 360? Yes, quite. This is why I come into the stream. Tiny breadcrumbs of hot trading tips. So the success rate of a descending wedge breaking out is very, very high. Like 78% roughly, 78.6. The chance of it breaking its previous high is very low, like 15%. So, you know, obviously every descending wedge has like an apex point, right? And then the wedge forms from there. So the chance of a breakout from here to that apex point is very high. The chance of it going above that is very, very low. Oh, there was a long time where I thought that technical analysis was like Texas Hold'em. So I just back tested everything a bunch and got, you know, probability across a larger sample size, like 500 setups. I was sure that was going to be a Kendra message. Where's Kendra to finish that thought? Do you think Jimmy could head to 22, or is this the bottom? I mean, it looks like we're kind of bottoming out. We are below gamma neutral, which is good. I'm looking at IV plays for Upstart next week and was considering a calendar for Jan 25 at a 40 strike with a short leg November 40. Thoughts? I don't know. I kind of, if I'm just gonna target like an increase in IV, yeah, I guess you could. So Jan 25, 40, short leg November 40. You're not worried that's too high? For the short leg? I guess you could. I mean I agree. I think Upstart has a lot of potential, but it's very much unrealized at the moment. I would probably just get long exposure because the delta risk is so slim that why use a spread if you don't need to? This is why some call for S&P 40 to 4,500 or more. Uh, to a degree, yeah. What time frame is it best to view those wedges on? Generally, like for intraday trading, I would say the 5 minute. You can do it on the one, but you need to zoom out a little bit. You will be more accurate on the one as far as where the trend levels are. You can, I mean, for swing plays, you can do them on like the 1 hour or 4 hour. How much do you play Hold'em these days? Not much anymore. The odds are shitty. Like poker compared to the market. Also, you can get more leverage in the market than you can at a fucking Hold'em table. What time frame is best to view those wedges on? Okay, I covered that. Great timing. I'm currently charting to buy my calls. Thanks. No problem. Those percentages sound like definite observation bias. I mean, oh yeah, they're super biased. Any thoughts on TTT? 421.23, $65 puts. Let me take a look. So I'm gonna go short treasuries at 65 for March. I'd want more time. I know it could happen sooner, but I'd still want more time to roll if nothing had happened by January. I'd want time to roll those to June. So I don't dislike the play. I'm not a huge fan of the level. I like 70 a little better, but I see the validity at 65. Well, 66, but same shit. But I would want, I guess March is okay to roll to June. It's not terrible, yeah. I might just do if I did that, I would probably do the June up front. I don't dislike it though. I've thought it frequently about a similar play. Yeah, so food for thought, I guess, on it. Maybe consider offsetting that decay a little bit. And don't forget, there's still a little more upside potential with the rate increases this year. So you may get a better entry as well if you're a little more patient, like end of November, December. Theoretically, if we rally back to the descending trend line going back to January, we could see 4150, which is the top of the options low I've been seeing on SPX. Yeah, I mean, my target's 4135 for the peak of the upside. I think the 4150s will capitulate early. But I think we'll also bleed over 4100 if we move up that hard. There's a lot of things that could be said between now and then that could turn that car right around, right? I'm digging in an API that has IV mid and IV ask for options quotes. I'm in brokers use some kind of IV bid ask mechanism outside of regular option bid ask pricing. Probably, yeah. I mean, to some degree, they're tracking more defined values on Greeks than you are at your brokerage. So if the market maker is going to start selling calls, they're going to adjust IV ask, right? If they're buying back calls or puts, they're going to adjust IV bid. Could you do some TA on the VIX? Looks like it's about to break out. Okay, no, that's not how that fucking works. Get out of here. Can you go over how tight you set your stops on a small OPEX run? I'm afraid of setting mine too tight. I'm thinking 20%. Well, Walk it. I'm pretty sure you actively manage it. So, you're setting your OPEX stops as a catch-all, right? So like when you're using stops while active trading, like you're watching your positions, you're using stops to prevent a slip, right? Like a large positional slip. So you're following price action in this range, and you're setting a stop, down here because if the price suddenly tanks, you'll get stopped out and maintain your profits, right? And then as you move towards a resistance, you can adjust. So say resistance is here, you can adjust your stop up in order to capture a tighter range of profits up here, right? When you're not watching a position, this changes, right? And that's really when you want to use like a trailing stop. You're targeting an upside move, but you don't want to get stopped out of volatility. So you'd set like a trailing like 20% stop, and then that way whatever it moves up, you'll capture that minus 20% or 15 or 10, depending on how volatile the underlying is. Remember, if you're not watching a position or can't actively manage it, do not use trailing stop limits unless they're very wide. Because they can be gapped over, and if they are, you'll just get burned on the whole position. Can you do some quick TA on the national GDP? I just received 20K to invest for someone. I'm thinking full port upstart CSPs to get them going and take that credit straight to upstart calls. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, so many things. GME is down because of negative beta. I mean, the market fucking hasn't moved up very much. But GME is down because they are shorting the shit out of it. Remember, on this choppy price action, active fund flow is very minimal. Even though we're seeing an increase and decrease in price, there's minimal active fund flow across all stocks in the S&P and across the market. When the market gets volume and gets big volumetric moves, that's when active fund flow peaks. So during periods like this where the market's choppy and trading in a narrow range, active fund flow is minimal, and it gives them a chance to offset internalization. Active funds are still buying and selling, but in far, far fewer numbers. TNX is up over 3% today. Not bullish for the economy. Fair. You do a DD on the future of dumpster-backed mortgages. You mean tiny houses? Seems like people like them. You know why it looks... The reason I think it looks spiciest for OPEX is not only are we really volatile in this range below gamma neutral, but IV isn't dropping and price is. So, they're trying to crush IV and drop price, but IV's started to turn around. And if you guys have watched my no pex options buys in the past, there's a reason I target this kind of period, because generally from this point on, they start to lose control of their implied volatility short. In an effort to drop the price, they have to let one side of it go, right? And so usually, if you can time it right, you'll see a large uptick in the IV on your options, with very very little change in GME's price over the days leading into OPEX. So you guys have seen me buy some like pre-OPEX calls, and they're up like 80% before OPEX ever starts. That's where you buy them to get that effect. WeBull operates as an active fund in after hours and pre-market. You can. What do you mean? WeBull's a brokerage platform. It's not even. It's just software technically. I mean, they run off of BNY Mellon is their backer, so they're just like a front end software for BNY Mellon. Figure out how to trade SPX. You have to search it on mobile, add it to the watch list, and trade from the watch list. Oh, interesting. Well, they're buying and selling GME based on either the S&P 400 or the Russell 1000. They're not. It's not actually SPY. It's just all the indices are so intrinsically tied to each other that there's a high amount of correlation. Yeah, the Jan 20. Yeah, Upstart's well because Upstart last year when the chain was opened was like $400. I know. I have some Upstart $510 calls for Jan 2024. They're fun. Does Ivy bump more nearer or further out of the money when the volatility shorts close? Further out of the money calls will be more exposed to the price increase. Remember, IV on the ends of the smile is higher than IV at the money. So you have, so you have puts, calls, and this is IV. So it's at its highest levels, the furthest out of the money. Why does IV bump more nearer or further out of the money when the volatility shorts close? Okay, if SPX gets back to 4100-ish, when do you think that will happen? E.g. Q3, Q4, Q1, Q2. Oh, I think it'll happen in like the next 4 weeks. 4 or 5 weeks. If it's gonna happen. That's really a long shot, but if it's gonna happen. I think that upside's a bit extreme. I know people are betting on it, but I think it's extreme right now, given the positioning. That positioning will change into next week and the following week, but right now, yeah, I would say it's a little less likely. So your DM, can you share with stream? Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm not sharing that with the stream. I'm definitely not sharing that. Why did you draw so many veins on it? Jimmy with an 80k volume spike. Cool. Yeah, penises. I haven't sold any Rev 35Cs. Musk tweeted, I will not let you down, whatever it takes. He's selling shares tomorrow, isn't he? Probably. SSR for Upstart. Yep. And Reg Show. Spicy meatball. All the shorting that dodges Reg Show already dodges SSR, so it's actually irrelevant. I guess it's fun to talk about, but God, I need some food. It's almost power hour? Holy shit. Do you believe the buy and hold strategy is working on GME, or am I just a bag holder? I don't know. What's your cost basis, Bobby Boucher? If your cost basis is above 2469, you're currently a bag holder. So you need to do something to get that cost basis down, because that's what a good investor does. You're in the red, so you should be working on getting out of the red. That doesn't mean you have to not buy and hold, but it does mean that you need to probably more actively participate in your investments. So, did you do any research on how the pyramids were actually built? Dude, with slave labor, the big slave labor and big stones, and they stacked them up using fairly basic machinery and manpower. Wrong. Telekinesis. It was ancient aliens. Egyptians used ascending wedges to get those big blocks of stone up so high. Have you seen Russell Napier's recent interview on financial repression and the long-term transition of financial power from the banks back to central governments? Thoughts? J-Pow is the most powerful man in the world. I mean, I agree to some. I haven't seen the interview, but I agree with at least that point that you're making. It's not really transfer of financial power from banks back to the central government, more than it is transfer of power from banks to a central bank. Is this Carl Icahn buying? As a Mexican, I can say this. Why doesn't anyone question who made the pyramids in Mexico? Well, I'd assume Mexicans. Or aliens. I mean, it could be the aliens. I guess I can't disprove the alien thesis. I wasn't there. Pigeon whales dropped the stones from the air. I mean, think about it. People didn't have Pornhub back then. They didn't have pickle-themed financial streams. They didn't have Twitter. They didn't have bidets. They had nothing but eating, fucking, and free time. So yeah, it's pretty amazing what humans can accomplish when they don't have their heads up their own asses. The government debt is out of control and it can only be reduced through high levels of controlled inflation. Also, subsidies, you know, subsidizing industry, which also happened after World War II and during World War II. I think I've learned something. I wanted to ask about should I DCA on Upstart contracts since it's finally dropped below my cost basis, but I know you'll say buy more theta, and I know I need longer than November. Look at you. Who would have thought? What's your favorite cut of meat at a Brazilian steakhouse? I don't know. Uh, the like I, I think it's skirt steak, but maybe it's not. That one. That one's really good. I haven't been to a lot of Brazilian steakhouses. A few times. And like Fugo de Chao or whatever the fuck it's called. And that language. No, modern medicine is holding back human evolution. Does Biden have an oil pimento on Russia? Motherfucker stealing my DD? How dare he steal the capitulation pimento? I'm gonna sue. And lose. Fubert de Chao? 600 million shares of MULN traded today. I wonder what swap got laundered. That's not how that works. That's just options churn, man. It's really not. They're just churning volume. Oh, cool. Squirt. Have you seen anything from the Philly exchange recently? I'm not gonna lie. I haven't been paying attention. We have a thing that tracks that. I guess we could check it. You know, today hasn't been bad, checkmate, Rob. Both sides of my straddle printed, so everything after that's just gravy. Not New Jersey gravy, like the kind you put on potatoes. RC sold Fubo's buying into Upstart. I regret inculcating the pickle jar into the ways of the squirt. It's a thing now. There's no denying its effect. It's better than every time we get one of those, everyone being like, MOASS, right? I'd much rather say squirt than MOASS every fucking 15 minutes. Any big earnings tomorrow? Probably. Sure.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Kenny B, I bought 200 Upstart calls because of you. Idiot. Did you insult anyone on your first stream? Probably. I don't remember, but maybe. I sold 200 Upstart calls because of you. Don't worry, I'll sell them back to you when you're ready. Man, I actually like this. I hope they short the fuck out of us right now. Go. This is great. Everyone was very proper when you first started, trying to sound non-degen, including you. Yeah. I remember back when I was like afraid to talk to people about options. Or like it was actually a concern when someone called me a shill. I wish I'd embraced it all earlier. Stop shilling me Raid Shadow Legends. Shill. This is the most dramatic sell-off in the history of GME recently. With no explanation. This is fucking exciting. God, I miss this. It was such a great stock. You guys remember that? Maybe DFV's selling, or Cohen. It's like 200k volume. Dang. I was trying to buy GME calls. I mean, it's everywhere, right? The market sold off a little bit too, but pretty excessive on the baskets, right? It's like definitely stronger. GME was a lot stronger. We do have the market makers selling into drops as well, though. Don't forget. And there's the bottom and more volatility bump. Perfect. GME calls virtually unaffected for November 18s. Yeah. And now when it bounces over 2477 right here, we'll get an IV bump. So IV will be higher the second time around than it was on the first spike. Because that's how they price it. And this sort is why you don't buy weeklies. Preceded by the comment, YOLO into $25 weeklies, question mark. Aiken is mad that people are calling him RC's dad. I think he's just angry that his actual son's not as successful as Ryan Cohen. Jimmy telegraphed the SPX scandal by a full minute. Yep. Beta. Wasn't paying attention the whole time. Have you claimed to be a stock god yet? If not, feel free to do so soon. Thanks. I don't generally claim to be a stock god until most of my options are above 20% up. That's when the hubris and the ego grows. In the last week, I've claimed to be a stock god several times, though. It's been accurate. Can you tell everyone the exact date, time, price everyone should enter every stock? Thanks. No, unfortunately I can't. Sorry. Win hubris, Pimento. It's more of a Laplacian. Do you think the standard deviation channels are a good tool to use to indicate trend strength? Sure. I mean, I guess. No, but like what? Bollinger's? Or like VWAP? What are some of your tried and true take profit percentages you like to take on your bread and butter options plays? I don't know. I mean, 10-20% is the average for most traders or most trades. Intraday trades, I'd say 10-20% I'm fine with. More than that is awesome, obviously. Swing trades, like 30 to 50 at a minimum. And the way I swing trade, 80 or 200. I want to get GME ripping to close like the good old days. Yeah. No, you don't. Not today. So, not sit at 50% and wait for 75 just to watch it fall to negative 90. Yeah, that's not great. It's a WeBull indicator called STC. It calculates linear regression line from custom time frame, the 1, 2, 4 standard deviations from that. Sure, or you could just draw your own support and resistance levels based on price action and volume. There's, so many indicators are just trying to draw resistance lines for people that can't draw resistance lines. It's true. So many of them are just attempting to do that. I think something like that would be a better indication of where the strength of a trend will fall than the strength of a trend. Do you think the basket will drop harder into the end of the week? I mean, it could. The SPY's still channel locked. Each which I no longer have to say by weeklies because my name says basically buy anything, but this Friday, boom. New GME options expiring this Friday. I just had my limit hit for $25 Jan Leap at a $5 premium. Lord help me if we don't hit 30 before mid-January. I feel like you'll probably be okay. Tomorrow's a mystery. Up, down, sideways. Tune in bright and early. Just not like a lot. Like the market just doesn't have a lot of potential right now. Unless we start to see puts close, which we may, but I don't think so. You think they'll short Upstart back down so I can get it cheaper tomorrow when I YOLO my paycheck? Thanks, Dad. It's still pretty cheap currently. Yeah, no problem, Iron Archer. Yeah, VWAP with deviation bands is slightly better. It's still not as good as just doing it yourself. It's better to just draw your own support and resistances. They'll still be more accurate. There's no smoothing effect. So you're not presuming anything of previous price action, right? Like you're not trying to smooth out your data, which is something you're going to always do with an oscillator. Any thoughts of what was the spike in GME? It bounced? It went down and then it bounced? Maybe dumping off long internalization on the market drop? I demand the God algo one day. It's been 4 weeks since I've been watching your stream. I have 5,800 shares of Fubo at 383, 387. Good price entry. Yeah, that's solid. That's about my cost basis, roughly. That's a really good entry. Do you think we would have a strong upside tomorrow, Friday, and OPEX run next week? If we had a run today, it makes sense we're down Friday. I mean, we didn't have a run today. We're still massively down on the day. We're down 7.12%. We could start moving on Friday, but I don't think the obligations are that stacked. The only way we start moving on Friday is if they start closing, like shedding the negative gamma to our upside. Just look at the JPY reverse MOASsing, looking more and more like time to go long yen, but Dixie is so hard these days. I finally got that position fixed, so I'm fully long yen against the dollar now and short Nikkei. I accidentally went long yen against the so I bought an inverse ETF that was long yen against the dollar. But I thought the ETF was short yen. Yeah, so I just wasn't paying attention, but thankfully the yen's just rocketed, or the dollar's just rocketed against the yen, so it worked out. But now I have the correct positioning. Better lucky than good. Yeah, I mean, that was my own fault for not reading into the ETF more. Its description was confusing, and I was like, oh, that's all I need, and I bought some of it. Can you make an ACF of your accidental trades? I'm like, look at me killing it, and the yen's dropping, and I'm like, this doesn't make any fucking sense at all. I like yen play because of bonds, but I think they want it low for the trade benefits. I mean, I like it because of their inflation. Upstart, $100 leap, 1028. Ew. $30 for roughly the same contract price. Why would you buy an Upstart $100 leap for 1028? Do you want to just If you want, just Ko-Fi me $30 if you want to just throw money away. Sorry, hey Ko-Fi person. Do you see QQQ moving down for the remainder of SLD into next week? Could positive Tesla earnings have a big impact on the market? Sure. Tesla's a big company, heavily weighted. Today's Wednesday, man. My dude. Would you find value in a VWAP indicator with 20 customizable deviations? Absolutely fucking not. I just bought 20 GME calls per your instruction. 2 GME calls. I'm going to be a millionaire. Very unlikely. So you're saying we should throw money away this OPEX? I mean, buying a $100 to 1028 call is awful. It's not, he's not buying a Jan. He's buying an October 28th $100 call on episode. It's ridiculous. Looking closer at this buy right on Snap, wow is the only downside of a buy right intending to sell underlying at expiry if it rips after earnings. Closer the buy right on Snap, wow is the only downside. Well, no. I mean, yeah, sure. There's unrealized gains, but the downside would be that the price of the stock drops. But hopefully that's offset with the sale of the contract at such a high value. I'm burning up some spare cash for next week, 35C, and not holding to expiration, of course. Okay. I think it was 1028 30C. Did someone say Snap? Yeah. Like Snapchat. They're a stock. I own shares. This 100C is like juicy as fuck for 1028. All in. Oh, Jesus. See, and now you told Popcorn Trader about it. 30C weekly, he said, though still bad due to theta decay. What is Snapchat? Some social media app that Zoomers use. Wait, let me sell you some popcorn. No thanks. They don't go that high? Was I lied to? Oh, you tricked me. It's not even a real contract. I don't know. I don't look at weekly expirations. Gross. Well, someone opened a bull put spread to the tune of 5,000 contracts on SPY at 410 500. That seems really ambitious for a fund to spend millions on. Why? If it goes above 410, they make a shitload of money. Racing put their pickle in Dangerous Dan 420 Racing. Roses are red, violets are blue. Persians make good traders too. It's all the rug pulling that we did historically. Maybe Ryan Cohen's Persian. Instead of Upstart 100C leaps and Upstart 102830. Oh. I hate the 1028 contracts, but the leaps are okay if it moves up. I mean, if IV bumps, they're fine. Mine are up 12% from where I bought them. I don't know about the 1028s. I'm not sure I love that because it is reg show and we don't know if it's going to run specifically for OPEX. So I do like to have a little more time on the shorter dated calls. That one guy was talking about 100C leap and 30C. Yeah, okay, I got it. I see that now. Do you have any Upstart stock? Yeah. Thoughts on CSPs for Upstart? They're awesome when the price is low. I sold some not that long ago. I keep selling them because I don't think Upstart's going to go under $20. It will. I'll get fucked. But, you know, that's what happens when you sell puts naked. What's the safest play to double your money in by the end of the year? What is the most degen play to 10x? SPX 4000? SPX 4000 for November 18? That's pretty fucking degen. It's definitely not safe. What's the least degen way to 10x then? Buying and holding stock for the next 20 years. Is this shorting on GME making you more bullish? Big time. It's filling up my horns. Least DJ way. There is no non-degen way to 10x your money. I'm at 10x by Friday? All the other currencies look like crap. The pound's doing all right. But that's just because no one knows, right? Next by Friday, still SPX 4000. That's not happening. That's how you lose 100% of your money. Was that a liquidity test? Maybe. Upstart IV not moving as price goes up seems sus. I mean, eventually it'll have to move. The market maker can't take on that much risk without turning up the dial. One of the reasons it's not moving a lot is the move up is on fairly low volume. Or at least now it is. Fubo at bargain prices. It's kind of cheap right now. I told you that we need to create the YOLO ETF. The combined gains of 10 0 DTE YOLOs. The funds only open every Friday. It YOLOs its entire fund value at market open into 10 0 DTE contracts. But it can only sell them if the contract 10x's. But expirations beyond November 4th make sense. Sure, but you're going to eat a lot of theta decay, and if there's no OPEX run, you could get burned. Why stop there? Why not YOLO into variance swaps at the beginning of every quarter, too? I mean, I don't hate that idea. This chat's gonna be poor forever. No. Upstart chart has me feeling way too bullish for a 0.75 cent move. Yeah, I'll zoom out on that for you, man. There you go, guys. You remember yesterday when Fubo wasn't a penny stock? A 10x fund sounds absolutely horrifying. How can one find such a thing asking for a friend? It doesn't exist. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's fair. Why not take profits at 20% gains? Maybe start there. Everyone looking for overnight wealth, which is the opposite of how wealth is built. Easy come, easy go. But yeah, no, I agree. People do get way too carried away with the bullishness. Middle of a recession, global economic meltdown, the dollar's value skyrocketing against every other global currency, oil supplies dwindling, water drying up in the fucking Mississippi. But one green candle on fucking SPX, and everyone wants to full port. Let's fucking go. That being said, what do you see? What do you think about 250 Tesla 2 DTEs? I'm only $50,000 in. That's a terrible play. First of all, you're gonna get IV crushed tomorrow morning and lose 30% of the premium that you paid. That's why I wait for 2 green candles at least. Thanks, Dominic. You don't need intergenerational wealth if there's no next generation. Can the ticker be called life savings? No, unfortunately not. 10% return on monthly CSPs is a reasonable target. Yeah, it's very, very moderate. Are you selling them weekly or over the course of the month? If you're selling 30 DTs, hear me out. Earlier today, you spoke about merch instead a merch store instead set your own instead of your own merch. Set up an RSS store. Promise that you use the profits to buy in DRS. Instead, buy GME and sell CCs until your cost basis is 0. Something fraud something. I'll pass. Do you think Rev will go down 3, 2, or 1 before the delisting decision? If shorts try to shake out us longs, gracias. Maybe. I hope so. I mean, if Rev hits $1, I have a buy order. There's about a 420C for November 18 because that's all I could afford. Thoughts on the SPY? Dear God. What happened to the Brinks robbery? I thought you were rolling in dough. AMC and Jimmy have apes. Andrew Momenty has the Moon Platoon. Lightning Warrior has Space Force. So can you please make the Pickle Posse? Ew. Everyone on Supersonic already knows we're called Pickle Ticklers, alright? Or Pickle Suckers. The Pickle Pack? Fuck you guys, I'm not doing that stupid. There's already too much echo chamber. We don't need to name it. I love futures. They're money printers. Please teach us everything about futures so we can all manipulate the market. Just imagine 900 of us hitting the bid or ask. We can make millions. I don't think most people in here can afford a futures contract. Bulls don't tickle. Tickle, they hold. Sorry, I had to fill in the blank there. Holden Harold. Because of your name. All hail MacD. Oh, Jesus. It's called the pickle jar. Wouldn't make any sense to keep your pickles in a locker. We can make millions for somebody. Yeah. The koala huggers. Ugh. Pickle locker, same like chastity belt? Maybe. Pickle pockets? Creand? Oh, never mind. You've seen the meme. I need to find that. I have it saved somewhere. After many months of terrible timing, I'm getting so much better at my entries. Upstart position is green, even after a day of heavy shorting. Thanks, Gurk. Congratulations, dude. Hey, Gurk, bought 11, 18, 25C this morning. Can I wait and buy them now instead? Wait, hold on. What? You bought them, but you want to... Who? In other news, a small group of degenerate gamblers have collapsed the international magnesium market after they shorted 42,069 tons of the precious metal over the course of 5 minutes. uh, we haven't gotten into the commodities chapter of this this stream yet, Dork. Someone's asking about most degen play. Hook up with a rich married guy's wife and be the wife's boyfriend. Sugar mama in play. Gotta be a 10-bagger, am I right? What if you just don't get paid? Like it's not like you have a contract. Win odd-sized lumber in Discord. I'm up 5 cents on my 1,000 shares of Fubo. Thanks, Girk. Congratulations, man. That sounds awesome. Are you gonna pick up any OPEX positions before Friday? I already got OPEX positions. Up 5 cents on the position or 5 cents per share? Yeah, there is a big difference there. I think you meant the position though. Degen 10-bagger play, become the next Tinder swindler. What's that? Not only are my positions down today, it looks like I missed out on the Pigeon Whale freebie giveaways. It's definitely not my day. There was no Pigeon Whale giveaway. Beer line. Tinder Swindler is a ridiculous documentary on Netflix. Oh, okay. I mean, it sounds like somebody swindled people on Tinder, but I feel like that's not the entire story. Can you tell me how to not always, well, maybe it is, not always YOLO the available money into anything? Don't do that. When you go to do that, go, hey, maybe I shouldn't do this. And then stop yourself. If you need help, like you can't control yourself, you could probably message Carl and he'll give you a virtual spanking. It helps boost his tee up for the next day. It's good for his ego. I'm about to inherit some money, and I need a Pi-Fi pool to help me manage it. 1, pay off Philadelphia wife's loans. 2, YOLO into RevJam 35Cs. 3, average down my GME. 4, pigeon whale for the next 10 years. You know, I am not gonna lie, it's definitely 4. I mean, I'll make the poll, but because this is actually a worthwhile one. This upstart volume is pretty intriguing. I think they may be covering early into OPEX. Nah. People are actually voting for 1. Hate watchers. They're student loans, the worst kind of loans. That's not true. They're not as bad as payday loans. If only you could get likes as fast as people vote, right? So what I think has actually happened is people have become jealous of outsiders finding out information from inside the stream. And so they've stopped liking the stream every day in order to prevent new people from coming in here. It's interesting. It's an interesting study in selfishness. Rats, you found us out. After losing 100K on GME options, and now have 40K in debt, I voted 1. Fair enough. But you're American. Like, what's debt? Just take a 7-year break from loans. I mean, we could just start disliking the stream to help drive them away harder. No, that actually attracts more people. Dislike the stream, guys. Show your support. It's disgusting how long we've had to go without the pickle song. It's disgusting how long it's been since we've had VOPs. Will drawing SRs on Hank and Ashi candles be inaccurate? No, you can draw them with Hank and Ashi candles. The smoothing effect on horizontal trends is irrelevant. Yikes, YOLO Rev is winning by a landslide. People really want me to lose all the money that my grandma worked a lifetime to acquire. Seems like it. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have asked in a channel full of degenerate Revlon bag holders. I think your audience might be biased. It's only got 351 votes, though. So people care less about your life struggle than liking the stream, which makes me feel great. Do you have any GME OPEX positions? Yeah, I bought some. Yeah, I'm a bag holder, but I still want 10 years of pigeon whale. Is Upstart still on Reg Show? Where did the short hedge funds find liquidity to short? What? ETFs? Puts? On Rev, we hear news from the hearing. Lambos or food stamps for your viewers in a couple weeks, yeah? At some point, yeah. The timing, I've looked into the timing of some of them, and like the notification from NYSE can come anywhere between like 10 and 28 days. They just kind of do shit whenever they want to. I can't believe it didn't put buy my own dumpster to start my own Dan clan. Boring trading day. What did we talk about? High-end coffee machines, Tinder profiles, boofing things. We talked about the Tinder swindler. We did talk a bit about boofing. No pineapple on pizza. Definitely talked about Carl Icahn. Do you have more now than in September? More what? What are ETFs? Exchange traded funds? Did you open a GME OPEX position yet? Official question count 7. No, they don't get leaked. I sent you a super bullish DM that revealed the true meaning behind the Icahn picture. Yeah, I know you did. I'm still not. No, I'm not sharing that with the stream. I know you already posted it in the Discord. God, quants are so needy. I'm a quant confirmed. Do you think the SPY will break up or down from its current trend? When? Up at the end of the week. Well, maybe the beginning of next week. Imagine Gurk wanting to look at your DMs. I know. One day I'll add the emojis, man. Right? Do you think SPY might go a little crazy after hours with Tesla results? It could. What if they suck? Oh. I try. Do I get so many of them? I still do. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still a lot. Imagine DMing me on Reddit and expecting to get my attention. My list of unread DMs is like 40,000. A lot of them are just rants. Hey, that artistic value is way better than my usual charts without legends. I know, it's not bad, you know, I'm pretty bullish on it, but no. I can't just intentionally put penises on the stream. Especially veiny ones attached to Carl Icahn. Wait, hold on. Fuck. YOLO Rev is really killing it. I'm gonna end this shit. Are you gonna add any closer dated GME OPEX positions? No. Ultra rare gray clothes. One time, Pi5 one time emailed me, thanks, dude. I totally put it in the spank bank. Now that I'm a quant, I have some data for you. Oh, Jesus. You know what stock is doing great today? Tootsie Roll. Thanks, MTB Dork's alternate account. Ding ding. The day is done. I haven't moderated you, Popcorn Trader. You'd be a bad influence on people's finances. Everything got shorted a bunch, and the market bounced back a little bit into close, only down 66 points for the day. This shorting's really good. I mean, at least for confirmation of a potential like OPEX run. This is definitely what we want to see right now. Them continuing to drive the prices down while simultaneously losing control of implied volatility. You know, options that I bought at higher prices today are up into close at much lower prices. So strong setup for a little pump. We'll see how big it is. I mean, we don't necessarily have a lot of obligations on GME at least, but we do have that hedge closing out, and that does give us some nice upside potential. Upstart, I mean, on reg show, so a little bit different story, but same effect, right? Prices driving down, IV driving up. Also a good indication for after the expiration. The SPY continues to stagnate in ranges between large amounts of puts. Earlier in the day, it was stagnating between 3,700 and 3,750. Now in the later part of the day, stagnating between 3,650 and 3,700. It's gonna just have kind of a hard time getting out of these ranges until we see some bullish positioning coming in. And honestly, we're probably not going to see that till after Friday, or on Friday, maybe towards the end of the day. That's about it, I think, for today. Yeah, that should about wrap everything up. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it, and I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a good night, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.